on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
All right, so the audio should be on right now. I hope everyone can hear me well. Please, if anyone can't hear me, leave a comment in the chat and let me know that you can't hear me. I think you should be able to hear me now. Was just tweaking everything before the show started. I hope everyone's having a great Sunday. It is a very interesting day here in New York City. And let me start over with hello and welcome to all of you for joining us, especially those who are new. My name is Michael Voss. I am your host here on No Soundbites Allowed. It is October 26th. It is a little after 2:30, and I am happy to be here with you as we will be talking about issues that are affecting all of us all across the world. And I appreciate having the opportunity to do so with you. Now, for those who are new, I appreciate whether you're here for 5 minutes or you're here for 5 hours on the program. Know that I am happy to hear your voice in the chat, whether it's a super chat, a regular chat, a Rumble rant on YouTube or X or any of the other platforms that we're on. You don't have to agree with me. That is never required. I'm going to go over the issues with you, and you can tell me whether you agree, you disagree. If there's information you think I've missed, I'll be happy. If there's a subject that you think is important that is affecting both the United States and or the rest of the world, please let me know about it. I'll be happy to answer your questions. This is a conversation. It's not me just dictating to you. It's not a lecture. It is a conversation. Now, we're going to be talking about a lot of things that are happening that you may not have heard in news. The news has been relatively quiet this week. No big issues per se. That's if you're going by the approved messaging of the mainstream media, the way that Google and YouTube like to disseminate that information. There are things that are happening that are being suppressed. They're not being talked about as much as they could or perhaps even should be to make sure that you follow the approved path that has been laid out for you. They're guiding you into a trap, essentially, a political trap. And I want to hear your voice about that. So we're going to talk a little bit about Mandami and the New York City mayoral race. Voting has started. It started yesterday, October 25th, for the early voting. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about the second debate between Andrew Cuomo, Zoran Mandami, and the only other non-Democrat in the race, which is Curtis Sliwa. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about the Senate and the spying under the Biden-Harris administration, the spying that went on against elected senators and why that happened and why you didn't hear about that news. We'll talk a little bit about the bird flu. Now, a lot of people didn't notice and haven't been really paying attention. The bird flu is back. It's one of the big factors in the cost of eggs, and it seems that now it is also a factor in the cost of beef and pork, and that's going to have a big impact in people's lives. So we'll be talking about that a little bit. Donald Trump is over in the in the Far East. We'll talk a little bit about that. We've got a lot, actually. There's a lot of news to talk about. So let me start off with breaking news. I do see some of the comments there. Kaiwan is leaving some comments. I will address that in 1 second, Kaiwan. I just want to start off with some of the breaking news that is coming out right now. And I think it's important that we do cover that. So it's just come out just about an hour ago that the United States, which had engaged in China, decided to play a game with the United States. After the initial mini war conflict, economic conflict between the United States and China over tariffs, they basically came to an agreement that was reasonable. And we have been at about 150%. The United States had about 150% tariff against Chinese goods. The Chinese economy could not survive that. And much like we predicted on this program, it was the Chinese government that broke first because they can't survive without U.S. goods. They could not survive that tariff. And so the New Deal was made. Then about 2 weeks ago, China decided to play some games. They wanted to flex. Rare earth metals are one of the most important things to the future of all first world and second world nations. That goes into the rare earth metals go into your computers, your cell phones. There are major components in wind energy and solar energy and renewable energy overall. So there's been a big talk about that. And that's part of the reason why the United States was so eager earlier this year to try and make a deal with Greenland for access to one of the world's largest deposits of rare earth minerals outside of Africa. And it's also part of the reason why we see China has been so very upset. So they tried to restrict the United States' access to rare earth metals. China has agreements with most African nations that have the rare earth metals in abundance. And so they have roughly about 70% of the market. So they restricted that from the United States, which threatens the future of the safety of the United States, of the economic viability of the United States. Our ability to have the same quality of life as we have now was in danger. Donald Trump reacted to that by reigniting a tariff war or tariff conflict, if you prefer, with China. Now, the news just came out that U.S. and China are sketching out talks about the rare earth metals and reducing the tariffs, and they're putting the tariff conflict on pause. This is within the last hour. So once again, the doom and gloom that many have been saying on the left, that the economy was going to be broken, we were going into a deep recession, if not a depression, that the United States was locked out of rare earth metals, and because of that, the quality of life in America would suffer. That's not true. It's not true. It is a deal that has been ongoing. The landmarks in that economic conflict with China has been shifting somewhat, but China needs the United States buying power. They need us as their customer. Their economy is dependent on the United States. As much as they disagree with us, we have been winning over communism and socialism by having capitalism. That's how we beat Russia. And it seems to be more and more how we are beating the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. They are slowly but steadily becoming more capitalist, which breaks the entire ideology of socialism. You can't have socialism and capitalism together. They don't exist. They can never exist side by side. So it is a struggle, but much like what we saw with Reagan against Russia, we're seeing Donald Trump versus China. Trump is winning. And this deal about the rare earth metals, ensuring that the United States has these key components in renewable energy. If you're an eco fanatic, if you're into climate change, this is important to you, and you should be thankful and very interested and appreciative that the Trump administration is guaranteeing and working out that our future will be secure, and you'll be able to have those renewable energy power plants that you believe are going to be the future of American energy. I don't agree, but if that's what you believe, then you should be happy about this deal. You should be applauding the Trump administration. They won't, but they should. If you believe in the capability of the U.S. ecosystem, our economic survival, then you should be happy about this news. The news media won't say it as a good thing. They won't say that this is beneficial and will help to make sure that the United States is not in a recession, that we don't go into a depression, that we are economically viable into the future. They won't mention that. They'll just say that Donald Trump is in a trade war and it's just bad for the markets. It's not. It's not. But that's some of the breaking news. It just came out from Reuters. You may be seeing it. There's optimism on the deal. Chinese officials say that it's preliminary consensus. China is going to resume buying U.S. soybeans. This is one of the big things that was being used to attack the Trump administration. Well, because of the tariffs, China won't buy U.S. goods, won't buy our soybeans, which is very important, and our farmers were suffering. That's no longer the case. China's buying our soybeans. The problem has been resolved. So that's just some of the things that I think are important. And again, that is breaking news. You probably will not see this as in a positive light, given the mainstream news media, CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now, whatever they call themselves at this point, ABC, CBS. They're going to be downplaying this and trying to spin it as negative as possible. But I think we can see the silver lining in the clouds that they're trying to obscure everything with. That's my opinion. If you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear about that. But we do have some comments here today. And starting off, we have Kaiwan is saying, it's pure black. Well, actually, the first comment is Zoran. Do you think you think in New York, Zoran? Do I think Zoran Mandami wins the New York election for mayor? Yes. I don't want Zoran Mandami to win. I think he's an actually terrible choice, one of the worst choices we've had for mayor of New York City pretty much ever. Do I think there'll be more corruption? Absolutely. Do I think he will be ineffective? Absolutely. Do I think he will waste money and have empty promises? I do. And are there outcomes of his policies that, even if partially implemented or fully implemented, will be negative for the people, and the public is not being informed about this? I absolutely think so. We're going to see him waste money on getting free buses that he cannot afford and cannot be done without the will and support of the governor. I don't see that happening. His policies are dependent on an increase in taxes that the governor and Democrats in general are not willing to do in this environment, because it will negatively impact the 2026 midterm elections, and it will cost them votes at a time they can't afford to lose votes. So I think that's a factor as well. With this $30 minimum wage for New York City, just like the $15 minimum wage in New York City actually cost people jobs. More people became unemployed. More people entered poverty because of the $15 an hour minimum wage enacted by Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor of New York, and now Mandami wants to double that. I don't know why he thinks it's going to be beneficial when $15 an hour failed, and now he wants to go to $30 an hour, and it also will fail. So this isn't a positive. And if you do the exact math, you will find out, and this is something you can go to Chat GPT, you can go to Grok, you can go to any of the AI systems out there and ask them to do the actual math on every location where there was a $15 an hour minimum wage imposed on cities and states. And what you will find is that while a very small portion of people who got minimum wage, by the way, only 1.3% of the nation currently are getting minimum wage. 1.3%. That's it. But of that 1.3%, yes, their wages went up. And the number of minimum wage workers decreased because they were fired in large quantities. We can point most notably, and what was probably most public, was the 20,000 workers in California that were fired because every business had to pay for that $15 an hour minimum wage, $20 minimum wage, as a matter of fact, in California. They couldn't afford it. So they instantly fired 20,000 of their employees. It's a net loss. And if you do the math, you go to Chat GPT, you will find out that between the number of people who were fired and the people who didn't get fired had their hours cut. So the net result of increasing the minimum wage to $15, $20 an hour is that you lose, on average, 9% of your income. Let me say that again. People who get everywhere they've done the $15 an hour or $20 an hour minimum wage, you net take home 9% less money than before they impose that increase, that minimum wage. You're losing money. So we will see these unintended consequences in New York State, and it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. But yes, that's the long way of saying, yes, Zoran Mandami will win. So, Kawan, I know you're going crazy, Kawan. I love it. I love the comments. Let me get a few more of these in here. Kawan says it's pure black radicalism and narco-communism, respectively. Economic plan in gender and what's influenced by the radical career sense with the gender by making it. Okay, I don't understand that. But let me go on. Let's see. Kaiwan says, I got another question. If Curtis Sliwa if you think that is, do I think Curtis Sliwa's plan for more cops will help with Antifa? Because Antifa is very organized, and I have known for a fact certain Antifa members. Okay. Antifa is a terrorist organization. That is a fact. Because of the actions of Antifa. Some people may like them, I do not, because they are terrorists, but some on the left like Antifa. They think it's necessary. I've talked to members of Antifa and organizations that are very Antifa-like, such as the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, who operate in the southern tier of New York. They go by Plot. They're Antifa-light. And these people exist. As much as Democrats want to deny their existence, they're there, and they are very violent. And they use terrorist tactics to try and impose their will and coerce people to accept their views, which without the threat of violence, they would never do. So Antifa exists in all of the major strongholds of the Democratic Party. The bluer than blue states, the bluer your city, the more there is an Antifa presence in your region. So that's true of Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, LA, New York, Chicago, Boston, and so forth. You can go through all of them. If Curtis Sewell were to be elected, if we were to see an increase of between 5,000 to 7,000 police officers in New York, would that protect New York from the radical leftist violence that we see in San Francisco, in Portland, in LA, in Chicago? Would it help to maintain the peace? Yes, it would help. We are not going to get that if Zoran Mandami wins. He does not plan to increase the police force with police officers. He wants to increase the police force with a failed policy that came from Eugene, Oregon, which is called the CAHOOTS, CAHOOT, the CAHOOTS program, which failed this year, April 2025. That program was ended. It cost the taxpayers money. It was incapable of being able to serve the needs of the public. It were social workers going in to take care of emergencies instead of police officers. It was a complete failure. And now Zoran Mandami wants to copy paste that program from a city of 200,000 people that failed and did not work. And he wants to paste that onto New York City, a city of 8.5 million people. And he thinks it's going to work this time. I don't know how he thinks that's going to happen, but I think the result will be more women will be suffering. We will see more crimes enacted. And when you combine that with Zoran Mandami's support of the revolving door of racial justice and social justice and cashless bail, when you combine those issues with social workers instead of police, then you will see more crime. You will see more women abused. You will see more poverty and drugs in New York City. You will see more illegal aliens in New York City. And the infrastructure of New York will break even more than it did under the Adams mayor, Eric Adams. We will see that break even more. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a complete mess. So I did want to mention that. Let's see. So let me go back to some of the other issues that are going on. So I did want to mention the breaking news. We always like to start there. Let me also address some of the old news that has happened this week. I think it's important. You may or may not be aware that I previously had appeared on a program. It's called The Back Room. The Backroom TV, which appears on BronxNet Community Television. So it's public access TV in the Bronx. This is sponsored by, or it's recorded at Lehman College in the Bronx. I was on their program back in August of this year, 2025, when they first brought me on. It was a very popular, I think one of the most popular programs they had for this, which involves professors of Lehman College and a former speechwriter for presidential speechwriter. And I was there to be the guest. So they brought me back. That was on Tuesday. We taped the program. It is taped. It should be out on November 4th. I will give you a complete update on when it will be available to the public, and I will provide the entire show for you on November 4th. And this is just, you can go right now into the shorts for No Soundbites Allowed, and you can see some of my comments about the first debate between Curtis Sliwa, Zoran Mandami, and Andrew Cuomo. And we talked about that and a few other issues that are affecting the nation. So I thought that was really good. Just want to make sure you guys are aware of everything that's happening. Let me also go to some other news. Now, also this week, I was in Brooklyn. Now, we know that the second mayoral debate between Curtis Sliwa, Zoran Mandami, and Andrew Cuomo occurred on Wednesday. And that debate was basically the same thing as the first debate. Pretty much the same questions were asked, but now all of the candidates were prepped. They were ready because it's a repeat of the same questions, the same scenarios, the same issues as we saw the first time. So now they had snappier lines. They were more prepared to answer those same exact questions. We really didn't get an opportunity to hear about the lithium battery ion plants, which I think is a massive issue. And Curtis Lewa did bring that up, and it was totally ignored by the moderators. It was totally ignored by the Democratic candidates. So it was just him mentioning it, and I think we should have heard more about that. But that being said, that Thursday, Zoran Mandami, Curtis Lewa was in Brooklyn speaking to his supporters. A room full of about 70, 50, I'd say about 70 individuals filled the room. This was a planned event by the Sliwa campaign. Filled the room. ABC News, CBS News were present, which is unusual for an event for Curtis Sliwa, which tells you that even though the polling is showing that Sliwa has not been doing well, at least the polling that the major mainstream media keeps quoting, they're saying that Sliwa is losing. But now, as opposed to the last year, you haven't heard the media addressing or following the Sliwa campaign. Now they are. After the debates, there was an improvement for Curtis Sliwa. I think he did very well. And the media recognizing that he gained attention and that he gained ground, started actually covering him at these events, whereas before they would never go. And I know this because I've covered at least 4 other events, maybe 5 other events this year where Curtis Sliwa was speaking in the Bronx and I believe in Manhattan. And in Manhattan. And the news media didn't show. They were invited. They were invited to each of those events. I know from the organizers. And in fact, I've seen some of the documentation inviting ABC News, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC. They're in New York City. Almost all of them have their headquarters in New York City. They have thousands of, each of those organizations have thousands of individuals. They could have sent any one of their reporters or staff to any of these events with a cell phone and record the event, and they would be able to report on it. They chose not to. They wanted the public uninformed. But now that the public has paid attention and the public once again has seen the truth during a debate, well, now they're covering it. And so this is just a short summary. I have actually full coverage, which ABC and CBS did not provide to the public. They did not show this entire event to the public. I also have many photos showing the size of the crowd, the diversity of individuals in that crowd at the event, which will be coming out later today or tomorrow. So I'm just letting you know. This is great. And so we have what has turned out to be a rather controversial video. Because this video, matter of fact, I'm going to show it to you in full because TikTok won't show you this video. And I will prove this. TikTok has a ban. They have suppressed this video so that you can't see it. Let me show you what I mean.
Oh, they have these community jails now. The price was $8 billion for 4. It's now up to $16 billion. By the time it's finished, it'll be $32 billion. Tell you what, let's stop the process right now. Stop the community jails, turn them into affordable housing, and keep the inmates on the Joe Crowley went to sleep on AOC.
True.
Andrew Cuomo went to sleep on Zohad Mandami. Curtis Sliwa does not go to sleep on the stove there. I don't see the Cuomo team out there because they think their pathway to victory is I'm going to drop out. Let me tell you, 1,852 times. I'm not just dropping out, but I hope you join me My vote is going to be Saturday, the start of early voting at the Museum of Natural History. That's my polling location in Manhattan. I'm voting as soon as the doors open up. Oh, they have these community jails now.
Okay. And he did. He did, in fact, go out and vote like he said he would, as he had promised. Now, I'm going to show you some of my internal numbers this is from TikTok. So, I'm not really on TikTok. I'm not a TikToker. That's not my thing. But I want you to see, and I can't really make this bigger, but let me see here. That video that you just saw, that's this one right here. And as you can see, TikTok, the Chinese Communist Party, they don't like me talking about political videos. Matter of fact, about 1/3 of all of the videos that I put, these little short videos that I put onto TikTok, they don't show it to anyone. See, right now, as you can see, this was put out on October 24th at 5 p.m. when people start going home. And it has 0 people that have viewed it, 0 likes, 0 comments. See, I also, when TikTok does show my videos to other people, well, then I get 1,000, 1,200 people. I get hundreds of likes and on average, dozen comments every time I put out a TikTok video, and people are able to see it. I get hundreds, if not thousands, of views. But when I'm talking about the Democrats, when I'm talking about Curtis Sliwa doing well, when I'm talking and showing people that Curtis Sliwa is the issues that he's talking about in front of others in the public, well, TikTok says you can't see it. They don't show it to anyone. You don't get one view on there's 100 million people who are watching TikTok. You mean not one person even passed by for 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 5 seconds? And again, this video has hundreds of views on YouTube. So it's not that there isn't any interest. There is. It's not that it's made differently. It isn't. It's the same video on YouTube that's on TikTok. But on TikTok, it gets 0 views. And on YouTube, it has hundreds, approaching 1,000, which tells you TikTok won't show it to anyone. There's bias out there, a lot of bias. Again, that's manipulating you. They want you to be manipulated. So I'm just bringing that up for you so that you can see real time. No, I don't have the biggest audience on TikTok. No, I'm not a big TikToker. I do get thousands of views. I have, 20,000 likes or something like that. I'm not minuscule, but then again, I'm not big. It's not my platform. But you are being manipulated. Do not doubt. You are being manipulated on TikTok and also on YouTube, also on Google. We know these things for a fact. I'm just making sure you're aware that you are being manipulated every time you go onto TikTok, every time you go onto YouTube, especially if it's about politics, especially if those politics affect your life. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Let's see. Phil has joined us and he says, no sleep till Brooklyn. That's right. That's where Curtis Sliwa was. So they're pretty accurate there. I also want to say hello to my friend John Lashcombe. Thank you. He says, algorithm. You know what? It's a great time to remind everyone. If you've made it through 5 minutes of the program so far, whether you go further or not, do me a favor. Hit the like button. More importantly, hit the subscribe. We want to get to between 5 and 10,000 subscribers. If I can get to between 5 and 10,000 subscribers, I am highly confident that I can get individuals like Larry Sharp, like Curtis Sliwa, like Zoran Mandami to appear on this program to answer our questions. And the fact is, this is why it's so important. If they see 5, 10,000 voters, potential voters, that they could reach out to and answer my questions and therefore get more votes, get more donations, they will take it. That's why they go to ABC and CBS and NBC, because they want softball questions. They want to make it look like they're geniuses, and even though they may be idiots. Case in point, you can talk about Kamala Harris. Why did she do interviews with ABC, CBS, NBC? She didn't go on to Fox News. She didn't talk to Joe Rogan. Why? Because she wouldn't get a softball. She had to be on top of the issues. She had to be eloquent and she had to be knowledgeable. And she wasn't going to spend 3 hours with Joe Rogan and reveal she wasn't eloquent and that she didn't know the issues and that she was unqualified. Not because she's black, not because she's a woman, not because she lacks any kind of education. She's not capable of doing the job of a vice president, let alone a president. And that's what we see on a regular basis. But we can get these people on here if we get between 5 and 10,000 subscribers, and you can make that possible. Just hit this subscribe button and we will be able to do that. And you will be able to see this unscripted live program and all of our videos, all of the things that we do are unscripted. There is no script. That's how well I know the material. That's how much research I have been doing for 20 years. And I think it's worthwhile. It's up to you. It costs you nothing. Just hit the subscribe button. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, John, for mentioning that. Let me go on. Phil goes on to say, Sliwa is a mythical figure. 5 hollow points. Can't stop an angel. For those who are unaware about the history of Curtis Sliwa, not only did he create an organization called the Guardian Angels, which is basically a civilian militia group. That's what it would be classified in New York State. It's a militia of civilians who go and they support the police. They are able to commit citizen arrests, and they usually patrol the subway system to help ensure that people are safe. That's what they do. And they've been doing this since the early 80s. And Curtis Sliwa was the one who organized and created that organization. They're very good at that. In fact, they were so good at that, and they were so capable that it interfered with some of the operations of the mafia in New York City. They were costing the mafia money. And so the mafia tried to kill Curtis Sliwa. There was a hit put out on him, and he was shot 5 times with hollow point bullets at very close range to try and execute him. It didn't work. Sliwa survived. Sliwa is now 71. But it did happen. And yeah, it seems like he does have an angel on his shoulders. Phil goes on to say, okay, that's Phil's talking to Kaiwan. Oh, Joanne's with us. Hello, Joanne. And she says, her adversaries, I believe you mean Kamala Harris, her adversaries would have called her out so she avoids Fox News. Well, yes, like many Democrats, they avoid any right-leaning news media program, anywhere where they would be asked hard questions. Now, notice, and many people may not have realized this, you will see late-night television, The View, news media, the right, Republicans, conservatives, even libertarians, will go on any program. They go and talk to Fox News. They go and talk to me. They go on to Jimmy Fallon and all of the late night shows. They go on to The View. They go talk to MSNBC. They go and inform the public. You see that on a regular basis. You do not see the left invite people on the right onto, rather, I should say, the left will not go on to right-leaning programs. So you don't see Kamala Harris on Fox News or talking to the Daily Caller or coming on to social media programs like this. No. She'll go to Shannon Sharp, who knows nothing about politics and is nothing but a psychopath. He's just there to be a supporter of the Democrats. He's a parrot. He knows nothing about politics. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's only there to make her look good. But that's why she wouldn't go on Joe Rogan. So yes, I agree with you, Joanne. Absolutely. But that's something I wanted to make you aware of, just two events that we were covering. I think it's also interesting to cover something that's a little bit out unusual, and that is, you probably didn't hear about this because you have to go overseas. This is coming from the Daily Mail, covered this story. The Daily Mail highlights that a ex-Secret Service member who was on the detail for Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. So, Secret Service, this is a Secret Service agent, someone responsible for the family and the figures of our government, our leadership. These individuals are there to put their life on the line to protect our leaders, whether you like that elected leader or not. They are there to protect them. Whether the agents like that particular member of either family member or member of elected office, they don't care. They protect them all. So you expect that these individuals are some of the best, that they're fit, that they're capable, that they're well trained. That's what you would expect. Okay. But this Secret Service agent, and I'm going to scroll down and you'll see who she is and what she looks like. She, in fact, was one of the least qualified. That's a Secret Service agent. She is now how can I say? She is, what did they call it? She's a plus size model. Now, I'm not picking on her because of her modeling career. Good for her. She got a great contract. She's making a bunch of money, probably because she's a ex-Secret Service agent. Now, why would she not be in the Secret Service anymore? Because under a Trump administration, an administration where we have Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, of the Department of War, who has required that generals, as well as all their troops below them, must be physically fit, must be capable of doing the job as well as possible. Well, that would also transfer to the Treasury Department and all of the law enforcement at the federal level, that you must be physically fit. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the emphasis was on diversity, on equity, on inclusion, so that if you were body positive, that's what the left calls it, body positive, everyone else would call it fat. If you happen to be fat, you were great. You could get a job on the Secret Service, which requires you to be able to run for miles upon miles. You have to be physically fit. You have to be strong. You have to, generally, they like taller people to hide, to be able to get hit from bullets from all kinds of angles. But instead, we have this ex-Secret Service agent. I don't think she reflects well on the Secret Service. She's not particularly physically fit, as you can see from the photo. That means she's inhibited. She's not capable of actually protecting people. She can't run to stop an attacker. She can't run with her Protect E and get them into safety. She's just not that strong. She couldn't fight off various individuals. I mean, you can see from her musculature, she's not a highly physically fit individual. This is what you get when you have DEI. And she was removed. Now, I'm assuming, again, the reason why she was removed because she could not maintain the fitness standards of the Secret Service without the benefit of DEI policies. And as we have been seeing over and over again, when the policies of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, when you remove that as a factor on whether someone is qualified to have a position or not, these people fail more often than not. Again, I'm happy that she found a career. I'm happy that she's a plus size model and that there are women or individuals that look at her as a role model, as someone to emulate. Good for you. I'm glad you're able to make money doing that. I would never take that away from her. And even better, you're not a Secret Service agent. She should have never been a Secret Service agent on the field, protecting someone every day with her body as their shield. She should never have been there in the first place. I think it just shows how bad the DEI policies were. And it's embarrassing. And this is probably why you didn't hear about this story, because she failed the fitness test. She's not physically capable of doing the job without a DEI mandate forcing her into the job. She's not qualified. That's it. It's just that simple. She's physically, I'm not saying that her being fat made her incapable of doing the job. I'm saying her physical fitness, which includes being fat, makes her incapable of doing the job. And she endangered every single person that she worked with and everyone she was protecting. And to admit that truth, to show the failure of the DEI policies to the American public, ABC News won't do it. The New York Times won't do it. You have to go to England, the United Kingdom, to find this story, because no news media organization in America wanted to let you know how badly the DEI policies failed every single American. It's sad. It is indeed sad. All right. I think we have a couple of other comments. Phil goes, I know Joel's with us too. Hello, Joel. Phil says, I was disappointed at how fast the New York Post and Fox News supported Cuomo. Post readers are slow as Sliwa's voters. Well, again, we have seen consistently that the news media are making choices for the public. As an example, almost every major news media source, up until the debates between Mandami and Cuomo and Sliwa, up until those debates, they were not telling the American people in New York or anywhere else in the world, they weren't telling anyone that there was a Republican in the race. We covered this many times throughout this year, that the news media will not mention Curtis Sliwa was a candidate, will not mention him in the polling data. They won't mention him in the race at all. They were more willing to talk about Eric Adams, and they were trying to convince the public that Eric Adams, a Democrat, was actually an independent candidate. He's not. He's part of the Democratic Party. Andrew Cuomo, who's a part of the Democratic Party, they tried to convince everyone he's an independent. He's not. And Zoran Mandami, they tried to convince everyone Zoran Mandami is a Democrat. He's not. He's a socialist. He's a Democratic socialist. That happens to be within the Democratic Party. It's a splinter, because if the Democratic Socialists of America tried to get on a ballot by themselves, they would lose. Their candidates would lose. Only by leeching off of the Democratic Party can the DSA be able to have a candidate, to be able to have the money for that candidate, to be able to get the media attention for that candidate. So Mandami isn't a Democrat. He's a Democratic Socialist of America. He's a socialist. But he's leeching off of Democrats to be able to push his message. Because as Margaret Thatcher said so classically, socialism is great when you've got other people's money. And the Democratic Socialists of America, they have Democrats' money because they can't raise money on their own. So I just think that's very interesting, very interesting. And so I wanted to bring that up to you. So thank you for the comment, Phil, on that. Phil goes on to say, how many ex-military guys would have loved to be in the Secret Service? I know many. I know many who would have loved that. I've known a couple Army Rangers that went on to do some more mundane jobs, but I'm sure they had the skills to protect VIPs. Many individuals, and I've actually interviewed people on this program. I've interviewed a few people who were part of the diplomatic services. They were part of the Secret Service. And yeah, they're all physically fit. And they were amazed by the lack of capabilities under the Biden-Harris administration, under DEI policies. It was amazing. So yes, they have been definitely taking away from the public. It's kind of sad. It is sad. Thank you for that, Joel. And yes, Joel, I saw the typo. I saw it. I am paying attention. So let me move forward a little bit more. What else happened this week that the mainstream media didn't want to tell you about? They didn't want to tell you about the embarrassments of the Biden-Harris administration. They didn't want to tell you about a candidate that is qualified, that has been fighting tooth and nail. They didn't want to talk to you about that. Matter of fact, let me go back to something else that they did not mention, and I think they should have, is this story. There we go. Now, you may have seen me go into Twitter and to talk about this. So this week, Sid Rosenberg, with some fanfare, but not a lot. He's on WABC Talk Radio, and he is one of the larger radio announcers, radio broadcasters in the nation, one of the biggest. And he's worked with Curtis Sliwa for decades. Curtis Sliwa, for many people who did not know, is a news radio host. He's been doing that for about 20 years. And Sid Rosenberg's been doing radio host on talk radio for about 30 years. And Sid Rosenberg, a Republican, a very popular, well-known Republican, who knew and is personal friends with, or was personal friends with, Curtis Sliwa, threw Curtis Sliwa under the bus. In these final weeks, as you can see, from October 22nd, 3 days before voting started, said he doesn't support Curtis Sliwa anymore, that he wants to throw Curtis Sliwa under the bus, and that Republicans should vote for Andrew Cuomo. Now, this makes no sense to anyone. Andrew Cuomo, the man who killed 16,000 Americans because of his policies, who covered up the murder of those 16,000 individuals, who is surrounded by corruption, and we know this from the Moreland Commission, a man who was initially suspected of having 7 sexual assaults, and Letitia James, a Democrat attorney general, investigated Andrew Cuomo as governor and determined that he had 13 sexual assault. She actually came out and said she found evidence of 13 sexual assaults, almost 100% more sexual assaults than what she started the investigation with. And Sid Rosenberg wants Republicans and Americans in New York to vote for Andrew Cuomo. He wants to support the murder of 16,000 New Yorkers. He wants to support the abuse of 13 women. He wants to put in charge of New York someone who has led the state to lose 200,000 middle-class Americans and their businesses and their property, their families have left New York since Andrew Cuomo and continuing under Kathy Hochul. Over a decade, year after year, 200,000 people have left New York because of the policies of Democrats as instituted by Andrew Cuomo and Kathy Hochul. And Sid Rosenberg says, vote for that guy. As a Republican, vote for that guy. The reason why Republicans are leaving the state, the reason why conservatives are leaving the state, the reason why the middle class and the rich are leaving this state in the hundreds of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands are leaving each year. And he's saying, vote for that guy, not my supposed friend of decades. You know, this didn't get a lot of coverage. The news media really didn't want to touch this. It was on Twitter, as you can see. And the news media didn't really want to talk about this because it is absolutely apparent that this is some political hackery. This is about money. This is about, I don't even know how to describe it. It's completely disloyal. It makes no sense. And yet, he's supposed to be lauded. Democrats, Andrew Cuomo, are like, oh, it just shows you that I'm the best candidate. No, you're not. It just doesn't make any sense. And so I called out Sid Rosenberg on his X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, his account. Over 100 people saw that, and Sid did not respond to me. I wonder why. Sid Rosenberg, you're not that big. I've met you in person this year. We met in Staten Island. And if I had known you were going to do this, then I would have insulted you to your face. Because I think this is disloyal. I think this is not just rhino activity. And when I say that, I mean Republican in name only. This is someone who's a traitor. This is someone who does not believe in Republicans. He believes in political power. He thinks that this makes him more valuable to Republicans, that somehow this is going to ensure that he's going to have support in the future. I absolutely don't think so. I think that Republicans will abandon, and conservatives, libertarians, anyone. He's a traitor to the politics. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that he's not an American. He is, and he has every right. Matter of fact, people often will say, but Mike, when we come to the show, you say that people who are progressives and communists and socialists are just as welcome on this program as Republicans and conservatives and libertarians and everyone. Everyone's welcome here. Other countries, people from other countries are welcome to be here. And you're saying, but Mike, isn't this disingenuous? You don't like Sid Rosenberg and you're calling out Sid Rosenberg, but isn't it okay for him to have an opinion? Yes, if it were a political opinion. I have often said on this program, you can vote for anyone you want. I only ask that you have a reason, a good reason, for why you're voting for that person. Not a slogan, not some kind of joke, but you have a serious reason to vote for that person. Sid Rosenberg is playing politics. He's playing favoritism. He's trying to make friends with Andrew Cuomo because the friends of Andrew Cuomo get all kinds of money and contracts out of the blue. We saw that under the Cuomo administration. That's why well over half a dozen people that were well connected to Andrew Cuomo, like Percoco, they all were arrested and thrown in jail because they were using the political influence of Andrew Cuomo to make themselves rich. And so Sid Rosenberg seems to think that he's next up on the list, that if Andrew Cuomo were to win, and he was the one saying Republicans in New York should be voting for Andrew Cuomo, then Andrew Cuomo will give him favors that will allow him to make more money, whether it's a government contract or grant or some other grift. I don't know. But I think that's why he did it. And that's not a reason. If Sid Percoco could actually have said, well, Andrew Cuomo is the best candidate. I'm sorry for my friend. I can't support him because Andrew Cuomo's a better candidate. Sid never says that. He doesn't say he's the best candidate. He says he doesn't want Zohran Mamdani to win. That's not the same thing. That's not voting for the best candidate. That's playing political games. That's trying to improve his political advantage. It's his way to get more favors owed to him by Andrew Cuomo. That's not a reason. That's not a justifiable reason for anyone. If that's your reason for your own selfish, greedy interests, that's not a reason to vote for somebody. So yeah, if Sid Percoco said, I think this is the Democrat is the best. I think that Andrew Cuomo is the best candidate ever, which Sid never has said and has opposed Andrew Cuomo in the past. If he said, you know what, I've reviewed it and I think he's the best candidate, I would say, I think you're wrong. I think it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I wouldn't tell him, oh, you can't do that. But he can't say that. He can't say that. And his defense is, well, it's politics. No, it's corruption. That's all this is. Corruption, Sid. You are absolutely corrupt. And it is 1,000% clear about your corruption. And you threw your friend under a bus, rolled it back, and ran him over again for that corruption. You, Sid Rosenberg, should be called out, and I am. Most of the mainstream media let you get away with it. Why? Because most of the mainstream media want a Democrat elected. Doesn't matter which Democrat. They don't really care. As long as it's a Democrat in the bluest of blue cities, they don't really care who wins. It just can't be a Republican. That's what most of the mainstream media are trying to say. But you, Sid, you are helping to try and introduce corruption, and that is even worse. That's why I say the word traitor. That's why I call him out, and I'm spending some time to say this. I know I'm not nearly anywhere big enough to be able to reach Sid Rosenberg. He's not going to watch this. I hope he does, though. I hope someone clips this and sends it out to him and says, well, this is what this YouTuber, a New York resident for 50 years, my family has been in New York City for my entire life. And they've been voting in New York politics my entire life. And I'm not a young man. And we will never support you, Sid. We will never support you. We will not support any program or any institution that work with you because you're grifting. You're using us. You use the listeners on talk radio, on WABC. You are enriching yourself by any means necessary. That's what I think. That based on your actions, you don't care about anyone except yourself. You just want to advance your personal grift for money. And for a long time, using Republicans was beneficial to you. And now, pushing the Democrat, Andrew Cuomo, is beneficial to you. That means I can't trust you. That's my personal view. Others may disagree. And I am perfectly fine with anyone in the audience telling me, but Mike, that's not accurate. That's not fair. Mike, you disagree with me. Okay, you can disagree with me. But tell me, why would a known and previously respected Republican who has criticized Andrew Cuomo for the murder of 16,000 people, for 13 sexual assaults, because of corruption in the Cuomo administration when he was a governor, before he became disgraced and was kicked out, why would that man now say, oh yeah, but vote for Cuomo? Well, because Cuomo could win. And why would you want Cuomo to win? If you think that Cuomo is surrounded by corruption, that he abuses women, that he is responsible for 16,000 people, 16,000 dying, and a cover-up of that murder, why would you want him to have any political power ever? Why would you ever do that? Oh, because Zoran Mandami's bad and Cuomo's good? The lesser of evils. There's no lesser evil in those two choices. None. And people who are running around saying, well, I have to pick the lesser of evils, you are lying to yourself. That isn't a realistic answer. I got to vote for either Cuomo or I have to vote for Mandami. You can vote for Sliwa. You can write in a name. Write in Mickey Mouse. I don't care. Write in Donald Duck. Write in anyone. You're not stuck with those choices. New York State wants you to pick one of those choices. And in particular, New York State has a bias. They want you to pick the Democrat. The news media wants you to pick a Democrat. But the Constitution, whether you want to look at the New York State Constitution or the American Constitution, says you can vote for anyone you want. You are not restricted to what the state wants you to pick. You're not restricted to what NBC or the New York Times wants you to pick. You're not restricted to what your political party, you're not restricted to what they would like you to pick. You can pick anyone you want. So you can't tell me I'm picking the lesser of evils, then vote for someone completely different. Whomever you think is the best one. You can vote for Curtis Sliwa. That's who I'm going to vote for. Or you could just pick someone out of a box to let people know that your voice is heard, that the choices that were available for you, none of the above, if that's what you feel. If you want to pick the lesser of evils, pick Curtis Sliwa. It's a mentality about the way we think about voting. That's what I'm trying to get across. It is about the way we think about voting. And we have been trained as American citizens that we only have the choices that the government gives us. And that is a lie, a bald-faced, absolute lie that is detrimental to the public. It hurts us. That's why there's so much apathy in America now. Because we are not restricted to just who the political parties have picked for us. We are free to choose anyone that we want in every election. It's like voter nullification. I don't think that law is good. I don't have to enforce that law. I can say I'm voting against that law. When you go into a jury, you have the right that if you believe the law is unconstitutional, you have the right to say, I can't charge someone with that crime. Death penalty. If you think it is unconstitutional for the United States government or any of the states to impose the death penalty on American citizens, and there are some Americans who feel very strongly about that. I don't agree with it, but if you do, and you are called to jury duty as one of the 12 peers of someone who has been accused of murdering someone and are facing the death penalty, you have the right, and some would even say the obligation, to say, I don't believe in the death penalty. I will not convict anyone of the death penalty because the government, whether it's the state government or the federal government, do not have the right to kill. They do not have the right to execute someone for a crime. Charge the guy with life imprisonment, you can vote for, I'll agree with that in a jury, but I will not vote for, you could say, I will not vote for someone having the death penalty. That's the same thing as in an election. And in both cases, jury nullification, that's what that's called. And also, this lesser evil crap is the same thing. It's government controlling your choices. Choices they don't have the right to control. If you take nothing else away from the entire program today, take those two nuggets away with you. You have rights that the media, that the political structure in America do not want you to ever think about or to ever exercise, and you should. It's that power that you have that they are terrified of. And that's whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, whether you're leftist or a libertarian, a conservative, Green Party, you have power and they don't want you to exercise it ever. Because if you exercise your power, they lose control and they want control. They absolutely want control. I don't know. Maybe it's something, maybe only I think about something like that. Maybe it's just me, but I think it's important. And I wanted to bring that out. So I'll say that. Let's see here. Joel was having trouble to figure out which screen he was supposed to be on. Well, you're here with me now. No problem. I'm glad that you're here. Phil says, Andrew Cuomo made Lucky Luciano look like a saint. He certainly killed more people. New York touch Andrew Cuomo puts the vice in vice cop. Well, that is one way to look at Andrew Cuomo, and I don't think it's inaccurate. Let's see. Joel says, I'm predicting Soylent Green will be on the shelves in New York City owned grocery stores. There won't be any food on those. If, as we saw in Kansas City, which is where Zohran Mamdani is copy pasting his ridiculous idea about government-owned grocery stores. It failed in Kansas City. This is a failed policy, and he's copying the exact policy, and he's going to plug it into New York State if he can find the money for it. And guess what? It will fail here. In Kansas City, what did that result in? No food. There was no one stocking food on the shelves. Food was rotting on the shelves. Customer service was absolutely abysmal. Why? Because you couldn't fire any of the employees. Each and every one of the workers in that government-run store was a union member. You couldn't fire them just because they were bad at their job. Oh, they didn't put out the food today on time. Doesn't matter. They're a union employee. You can't fire them. Oh, they laughed at you as you asked, where was the bread? Can't fire them. They dropped all of the eggs when they were unloading them, so no one has eggs in the store. You can't fire them. They're government employees with a union. You do not get better service in that scenario, and Kansas City knows that you don't get better service and you don't get to save money. You just get bad service and the city loses money. That's the only thing. The unions love this plan. Why? They get to hire more employees. They get to have more members who are going to pay more dues so that the union can make more money so that they can grift with the Democratic Party. Unions back in the 1930s, the 1940s, they made a lot of sense. They did a great job. Unions in the 1970s, 80s, 90s, 2000, they're not the union. They're nothing like the unions of the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. Unions today are corrupt. They're businesses all their own. They are there to make money and to have political influence. That's what unions do today. That's not what they did when they were created. They protected people. Well, everything that they needed, everything that everyone needed from a union has become law. It is a perfectly normal, the union succeeded. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They made jobs safer. They got people more money. They were able to get more people into some of these jobs. Now, it's corrupt. Corrupt as hell. You may love your union. Doesn't change what your union does. I don't know. So yeah, the grocery stores it's a failed idea, and people who push this on you, places like Reason TV, ABC, NBC, when they're pushing this on you, they know it failed. And if they're not telling you that, and they're not telling you how it failed, it's because they're using you. They're using you, the voter. Let's see here. Phil comes back and says, cash seems to be a good enough reason to betray your friend in reference to Sid Rosenberg. It's the money. And Joel says, always follow the money. Well, I would not be surprised to see Sid Rosenberg get a bunch of money from Andrew Cuomo, Democrats, and some of their friends, because he's doing a great job for them. I hope you get enough money, Sid Rosenberg, for throwing your friend and your party under a bus. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I could not. There isn't enough money for me to do that. But Mike, Curtis Sliwa can't win if you don't vote. Of course he can't. If you've already made up your mind that he's going to lose, not because he's not the best candidate. See, I hate when people say that. He's going to lose. Do you think he's the best candidate? But Mike, he's going to lose. Is he the best candidate? Yes or no? See, that's the question we really should be focusing on. Not whether he will win or lose. He will win if people vote for him because he's the best candidate. He could be the best candidate, and if no one votes for him, it doesn't matter. So if you've already made up your mind and said, well, I'm not going to vote, or I'm going to vote for someone else because Curtis Sliwa can't win, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going down the vortex. You're failing yourself and everyone. If you think Curtis Sliwa is the best candidate, I do. I've looked at the policies that they have offered. I've looked at the personalities that are available in this race. And I have to say, the best personality, the best policies are with Curtis Sliwa. So I'm going to vote for Curtis Sliwa. But he's going to lose. I don't care. I'm not voting for popularity. I'm not voting to make Democrats happy or to just follow the trend or to live up to the promise, the false prophecy of the New York Times or ABC or MSNBC. I'm not trying to follow their lead. They've made their decision at the beginning of the year. They made their decision based on their political preference. You can't tell me that the New York Times doesn't have a bias. They do. And therefore, their bias says you have to vote the way they want. I won't. I don't agree with their bias. I don't agree with their choices. I don't agree with their reasoning. But they made a decision. They're telling me, well, you shouldn't vote then. Just don't vote. You don't matter. Why? Because you don't agree with them. Screw them. They don't get to make that choice. They don't get to make that decision. But they are. And they're trying to convince you that they get to make that decision, that their choice is more important than your choice. I do not agree with that. I will never support that. I do not agree. If you think someone is the best candidate, you vote for them. If you think no one is the best candidate, then you write in someone who is. You vote for who you think is best, or you write in someone who is the best. That's what your vote is for. You don't skip that election. You don't ignore that election. You be involved. Biggest problem we have in elections, there is, and I know right now they're saying, oh, well, there's something like tens of thousands of people are going to vote. They've already gone out and, what do they say? About 10,000 people have gone out, maybe more, and already voted, early voting in the 2025 election. Fantastic. And they're like, oh, see, everyone's involved. Everyone's excited about this race. Mark my words. Here's my prediction. We will have maybe 38 to 40%. And I think it's going to be closer to 35. But I'm going to predict 38% of voters, of New Yorkers, New York City residents, are going to vote in the election. And I am also willing to say that if more than 38% of the population, registered voters, show up, then there should be an audit. Because we have seen consistently that any election outside of midterms and the presidential, 3 usually about 3.5, about 35% of the population actually vote in elections. That's it. 3, maybe 4 out of 10, 3 or 4 out of 10 voters consistently vote in non-presidential, non-midterm elections, which is pitiful. And if we really wanted to see our elections improve, it should be every one of our elections should be in the 70 to 80%. And they used to be. You got to go back to about 1940s, 1930s, 1920s. The older you go back, the closer you get to 85%. I think the highest we ever had was 86% of all voters actually voted. Yes, in America, 86% of the population used to vote in elections. Oops. Today, we are closer. We've gone from 80% of voters voting. Now we're down to 38. That's sad. That's why we have such terrible choices. That's why. I don't know. That's me. That's me. I don't know. People may disagree. Okay. Let me go on. Because there was, as much as it seemed like there isn't a lot going on as much as the news media makes it seem like there's nothing important happening right now, there are a lot of important things that are happening. Things that you may or may not agree with. You can tell me, Mike, I think you're wrong. Okay, tell me why. Oh, I don't think that was important. Really? Tell me why. Let's have these discussions. But I think these are important issues. As I'm able to tell you in some detail, it takes more than a minute and a half to really look at these things and to understand why they're happening. Sid Rosenberg isn't important because of Sid Rosenberg. Sid Rosenberg's important because it's manipulating you to either not vote or to follow a path that was already picked by a bunch of political organizations. It's their preference, has nothing to do with you. But here's something else that I think is very important. That this week, Larry Sharpe, who, as you know, or many of you may know, Larry Sharpe is a personal friend of mine. He's a Marine, like myself, and he lives in the Bronx. Actually, he lives in New York City. He grew up in the Bronx. He lives in New York City right now, just like I do. And Larry Sharpe is running for governor in 2026. He has made the public announcement. He is getting donations as we speak. He's traveling across New York State. And even though I am a conservative Republican, I support Larry Sharpe. I've made that very clear. I publicly stated that. I have no embarrassment. Because again, I vote for the best person, not my political party. I vote for the best person. And you guys may recognize, he went on the Matthew J. Show. See, this week, in the last week, we've seen that Larry Sharpe showed up on Sabby Sabs. She's a leftist, to say it kindly. She's a very much far left personality on the internet. Has over 250,000 views on just subscribers, just on YouTube alone. And she's far leftist. Larry Sharpe went on her program for an hour and took her questions and answered her questions. Matthew J., who's out of Philadelphia, on X has about 75,000 subscribers. Matthew J., who I've been on his program many times. Matthew and I have talked on many panels for a long time, for a couple of years. I've gotten to know him. He is right of me. Matthew J. is more right-leaning than I am. And Larry Sharpe showed up on his program. And Larry Sharpe answered Matthew J.'s questions. I showed you the video, I think, last week. That tells you something. That says something. I think it was important. I recommend that you take a look of Larry Sharpe answering questions of someone from the right. And you can see that he's gone on and talked to people on the left. He's doing the job. He's speaking to you, to the public. He's making the case on why he's the best candidate. And you know what? Kathy Hochul won't do it. Just like Kamala Harris, just like Andrew Cuomo, just like Zoran Mandami, Kathy Hochul won't show up and talk to all of the people. She only goes to the left-leaning places like NBC and CBS. She avoids actually speaking and doing interviews, especially long interviews. She doesn't want to talk to anyone. She wants to order you. That's why so many people call her Queen Kathy. It's not a compliment. She's an authoritarian, just like Andrew Cuomo, just like what we're seeing in the Democratic Party. They want to be authoritarian. They want to tell you how they're going to live your life. They want to micromanage your life rather than let you live, rather than obey the Constitution. But when we're seeing that, Larry Sharpe is actually answering your questions. The oath of office for elected officials is serve the public. They are servants, each and every one of them. And they should be answering your questions. They should be planning to do things that are for your benefit, not for the benefit of the party, not because of their individual benefit, not because of corruption. They're there to represent you. How can they represent you if they don't talk to you? When was the last time that you saw Senator Chuck Schumer speak to the public? I mean, not one of his photo ops, but actually walking down the street talking to people. You don't see it. When he goes, I don't know how many times, there's been 5 times that Andrew Cuomo, in the last 20 years that I've been covering politics, I can recall at least 5 times that Andrew Cuomo went to Binghamton, New York. And he showed up. He was there for exactly 3 hours. He showed up, hung out, talked to some of the Democrats, raised a bunch of money, had a political event, a photo op, got a bunch of pictures snapped, gave a quote to the local Democrat-leaning newspaper, and left. He would be gone within 3 hours, usually an hour and a half, every single time, because he didn't serve the public. He expected the public to serve him, because he was using those events, those people, for his benefit. And it's been working well for Andrew Cuomo for decades. He's been in elected office almost as long as I've been alive. Almost as long. He's getting close to half a century. Andrew Cuomo's corrupt as hell. I don't know if he always was corrupt, but he is corrupt now. And I can't say that about Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe speaks to leftists. He speaks to people on the right. He talks to Republicans, to conservatives, to Green Party, to libertarians, of course. And he has plans. He has solutions. And he gave some of them to Matthew J. You may agree. You may disagree. You're not going to get that from Kathy Hochul. And Elise Stefanik, who I have also met, won't give you answers either. In fact, Elise Stefanik, since February, when we knew she wasn't going into the UN, since February, when everyone has been saying, will she run for governor? And I have told you she is running for governor. That's what the original plan was. That's why she didn't go to the UN. She won't even come out and tell you. In fact, if I am correct, and I think I am, Elise Stefanik, at the earliest, the first week of December 2025, that will be the soonest that Elise Stefanik will tell you that she's running for the governor of New York. Most likely, it will be the 3rd week of January 2026, because she doesn't need time. She just needs to show up and say, I'm the Republican. She's already guaranteed to win the Republican nomination for the governor of New York. If she runs, She's got it. It's already done. She doesn't care. If she cared, she'd be telling people already. She would know and tell you what are her plans right now. She would be sharing the Republican message on what we can do to improve New York right now. Even if she didn't decide to run, she would be able to seed the ground. She'd be able to plant the seeds for whomever was the Republican who was going to run. She could, since everyone's paying attention to Elise, because everyone that's in politics has said it's going to be Elise. She could use that, even if she doesn't want to run, to talk about the issues and the answers that could fix the problems in New York. She isn't. Larry Sharpe is. So I want to make sure you knew about this. I just want to make sure you knew that that existed. I know. Some people will be upset with me. What can I say? I call it as I see it. Again, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I've misunderstood, tell me why. And why is this important for the rest of the nation? Because what's happening in New York is happening in your state too. If you're in Iowa, if you're in New Jersey, if you're in Texas, or you're in Kansas, or you're in North Dakota, it's the same thing. Whether it's leaning to the right or leaning to the left, year after year after year, with each of these elections, we are seeing politicians are making the decision that they will control you. They're going to micromanage your life, that you are going to obey them and vote the way that they want, not how you want to vote. And I want to stop that, because I don't care on the left or the right. Doesn't matter. They serve us. They serve us. That is the oath they take. They know that is the job description, and they've ignored it for far too long. And look at what has happened to our nation as a consequence. Look at the problems that exist right now because they don't serve us. They serve themselves. That's why I'm bringing this up, why it's important. Because the more that people get away with it in New York and in California and in Illinois, the more it's going to affect people in Iowa, in Idaho, in Kansas, in Tennessee. They're connected, absolutely connected. So I'm passionate about that. That's me. Joel agrees with me to an extent. Joel says, I have never seen Larry Sharpe dodge a question. He answers. I would love to say that Larry is perfect. He's not. But he does. He does answer questions. He does answer questions, and he does serve the people. So let me get to something that's completely different. I think for sure YouTube is pissed at me. And I know that TikTok is angry with me. They don't want you to hear any of this stuff. They don't want you to think for yourselves. So let me go to something completely different. Let's stop talking about elections. Here it is. The bird flu is back. The avian flu, the H5N1 flu. All three names are the same exact thing. The 2025 bird flu is the 2025 avian flu is the H5N1 virus at this moment. They're all the same. This is the same virus that has been around since January of 2022. And I've been talking about it, in fact, for 3 years now. I've been talking to people about the bird flu because we haven't cured it and it doesn't go away. So it's like any other flu, except this affects chickens and poultry, but it ebbs and flows. We see the number of chicken and poultry affected. It drops during the summer. Spring and summer, the numbers go down. Fall and winter, the numbers go up. In the cold weather, like most flus, they get worse. You see more flu in the winter and cold weather than during the spring and summer. That's true for humans. It's true for poultry. It's true for chickens just as much. A flu is a flu is a flu. The thing that's important about this is when the bird flu is increasing, so does the price of eggs. So does the price of chicken. Now, there's also inflation involved in that pricing. And when we saw in August of 2022, we saw that the price of food and everything, inflation was up 22% under the Biden administration. And we saw that the price of eggs in 2023 and 2024, well, we were seeing the price of eggs at $12, $15 a dozen of eggs. It's ridiculous. It's enormous. So we saw this huge price gap. And now we saw it drop down. Since we've seen Donald Trump in office, he did what he promised. He would reduce the price of eggs. And they did substantially. The price of eggs now is between, depending on where you go, somewhere around $2.75 to $4 a dozen of eggs, depending on which city you're in, which part of America you're in, between, let's call it $3. Just be nice. $3 and $4 for a dozen of eggs. That is literally 1/5 the cost it was under the Biden administration across this entire country. But we have a bird flu. And even under good economics or better economics in the Biden-Harris administration, even under the Trump administration, if birds are being killed off, the price of eggs will go up. And I'm telling you now that we are about to see a cycle where the price of eggs, the price of chicken are going to go higher. Why? Well, as we can see in this article, by the way, this article is coming from Scientific American. So that's the source. This isn't some kind of right-wing conspiracy. It's not coming out of Daily Caller or Fox News, which wouldn't change how true it is, but it's not a right-wing thing. It's not a left-wing thing. This is just a scientific fact. This is a fact. We know that currently there are some 20 to 50 flocks of commercial birds, chickens, ducks, turkeys, poultry overall. They've been destroyed. They're getting killed. This is in October alone, 50 flocks, not 50 birds, 50 flocks of chickens and ducks and turkeys have died, have been killed because they had bird flu. And bird flu does transfer from chickens. It's now in cows as well. What, Mike? Yes. The bird flu is in cows now. It is in cattle. It is in milk. Now, I'm not saying it's in all of the milk. It's not in all of the beef, but it is in some. And unlike with chickens and birds, if a cow gets the bird flu, they don't usually die. It won't kill them, but it does carry the infection. And that infection, even in a cow that isn't dead, it gets into their muscle. It's in the beef. It can be in the milk. This is important. So no one's told you this. No one's really spoken about this to the public. They really have downturned and not told people that there is a bird flu since 2022. Actually, some say 2021, but there's been a bird flu and it's been affecting the price of eggs and chicken around the entire planet. There is nowhere you can go and not have this affect the cost of poultry. That's just ridiculous. It's changed, it's increased the price everywhere on the planet and here in the United States. And Donald Trump and his policies did reduce significantly. 75% of the cost has been removed. We've seen the prices drop down. But just like under the Biden administration, when the weather gets cold, the price will increase. The thing is, Will it increase as much as it increased under the Biden administration? No. Why? Because under the Biden administration, we had on average 17% inflation. If you average out every year of Joe Biden over the 4 years, we had an average of 17% inflation. So far, under the Trump administration, we've had about 1.5% inflation. Massive difference. Massive, stunning difference. I know the most recent report says that we had 3% inflation. 3% versus 17% average, 22% peak under the Biden administration. You compare those two. It's 1/10 the inflation. But the price will go higher. So like I did in January of 2022, let me again do something that the mainstream media won't do. I'm telling you that if you can, stockpile and deep freeze chicken now. The price is starting to increase. Do it now because the price will only go higher. As we go through the winter of 2025, you will see the price of eggs possibly double. You will see the cost of poultry possibly double. It may not get that high. It may only go up by 50%. We're talking about in terms of a dozen eggs, it's going to go from, let's go on the high end, you're paying $4 for eggs now. It's going to be somewhere between $6 to $8. Now, that's not as bad as under the Biden administration, but it is going to be more expensive. If you can, buy the chicken now. If you have a deep freezer, freeze the chicken. Put it in the deep freezer. This way you are locking in the benefit. Now, if I am completely wrong, you have extra chicken. If the price doesn't go any higher than it is right now, if the bird flu does not continue to infect more chickens and more beef, no problem. You're paying this price now. You'll pay the same price in a month. You didn't lose anything. It cost you nothing extra. You just spent the money ahead of time. Fantastic. But if I am right, and I have been consistently correct in my economic predictions, even more than my political predictions. And my political predictions are about 75-80% correct each time. They were perfect in the 2024 election. And I do mean perfect. I called every number correct. But let's just assume that I'm only as correct as my average political prediction, and it's about 75% correct. That means we'll probably see price of eggs go up by at least 50%. There'll be $6 packages. Dozen eggs is $6, at least, depending on again which city you're in. But it's about 50% more than where it is right now. Let me ask you, is it worth it? Stockpile. During the Biden administration, we went through months, half a year at a time, where chicken wings were not available at any price. And when you could get chicken wings, the price was 300% higher than what it had previously been. Buy it now, put it in a deep freezer, and if I'm wrong, you've got extra chicken. You can feed your family extra chicken whenever you want. You can donate it to any program that feeds the homeless. You've got options. That's if I'm wrong. And if I'm right, you're saving money. I think I'm going to be right. I think if you listen to me, you will save money. And again, this is just a chart, as you can see. Bird flu infections, this is from 2022. Some people say it went back to 2021, but I don't agree. But middle of 2022, and you can see how the infections, mostly in the winter. There is some in the spring, but mostly in the winter, you see the biggest impact. I'm just telling you to get ready. Just telling you to get ready. Okay, so believe it or not, the first hour and 45 minutes, that's just covering most of the big issues out there. I really haven't gotten into anything else. I mean, right now, in terms of the international, I usually have a lot of stuff, several stories that I'm covering about international news. At the moment, there really isn't any. The Israeli-Hamas war is basically over. There is still some conflict between Hamas and Israel, and that will always exist because Hamas wants to genocide Israel. Hamas wants to genocide anyone that doesn't believe exactly what they believe in terms of religion. So there'll always be some conflict there, but that story is mostly over. Currently, right now, President Trump is signing an extension of the peace deal, formal extended peace deal between Cambodia and Thailand. That is one of 7 peace deals that Donald Trump has done since the beginning of this year. That is more than most presidents get to do in their entire 4-year, if not 8-year terms in office. It's more than what Biden did. It's more than what Obama did. It's more than what Clinton did. It's huge. This is huge. So he went over to Southeast Asia because he is helping to make more peace in the world. He is making the world more stable. And the more that he does this, and the more that he is going to these countries and thankfully saying, I helped make this war end. I brought more peace and more stability to these worlds. And I know some people hate that. They're like, Orange Man bad. This has to be a bad deal. It's because Trump is a billionaire. He bought them off. He's making money off of a side deal. He's evil and greedy. Doesn't really matter. If you want to say those things, I want you to understand, and we got more peace in the world. Less people are dying and fighting. Do you care about anything else? Trump did it. And he deserved the recognition of he did what no one else could do. No other country on the earth was able to stop the Cambodia and Thailand war. No one. Trump did. No one on the face of the earth was able to get India and Pakistan to stop fighting. Not even England, which has massive influence over those two countries. And it couldn't happen without the United States. That's a fact. It's already been acknowledged. The more the United States is involved and successfully helping to create peace in the world, the better it is for everyone in the world, even the people who think Orange Man bad. Even if you hate Republicans, MAGA, if you hate Donald Trump, it is in your best interest to support him as he creates more peace in the world. I don't think a lot of people think of it that way. I know the news media doesn't talk about it that way. They try and downplay it. Remember when we had the ceasefire? As soon as it was proposed, when we had the proposal of the ceasefire, the news media were saying it's going to fail. It can't work. Trump's wrong. Trump's just evil. It's a complete failure. Why were they doomed? They were just prophesizing doom. They were screaming doom. They were fear-mongering. Why? Because Trump was involved. Because it was Trump's plan. Mind you, every other nation for the 2 years prior to Trump becoming president, every nation in the world tried to end the Hamas and Israel war. Every country in the world. Brazil, Russia, China, England, the EU, France, Germany, they all tried. Every nation tried. Every nation failed. Trump got it done. Gee, that should be pretty clear to you. So you want Trump to get the press. But most of the mainstream media, they're not talking about it as a positive. In fact, they're pretty much ignoring the fact that Trump's is with Cambodia and Thailand right now as he gets more peace in the world. It's sad. It's sad. Even if you don't like Trump, it's sad. So I don't have a lot of international news to talk about right now. But I suppose it's time that we talk about Zoran Mandami. I suppose it's time that we start talking about the New York City 2025 mayoral race. Okay? And mind you, at any point you can do a super chat, you can do a Rumble rant, get top of the line and say, Mike, I absolutely disagree with you, or maybe you agree with me. We appreciate whichever you want to do, and you can always let me know. And it supports the channel. It helps us. So that's always a good thing. But what do we have here? Zoran Mandami. Now, I almost never use Al Jazeera as a news source because they're not the most credible. In fact, they're absolutely not credible. They're like the Huffington Post. They're of the Middle East. Al Jazeera is the Huffington Post of the Middle East. Absolutely corrupt. I don't trust them on anything they say by themselves. If they're the only source you use, then it's not credible, in my opinion. But they are international. And I did think it was interesting that even Al Jazeera is talking about the 2025 New York mayor's race. Now, as much as we have heard Zoran Mandami say, well, I'm Ugandan, which makes him African. And as much as he says, I don't care what's happening in the Middle East cares about what's happening in the New York City mayor's race. And I think that's the point to point out. Al Jazeera doesn't care about anything except the Middle East, and it cares about promoting Islam. That's what Al Jazeera is there for. That's where they get their money from. So it's not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on anyone else. They are interested in the mayor's race. Al Jazeera wants very much for Zoran Mandami to win. They think, Al Jazeera thinks this will be a benefit to the Middle East, to Muslims. So even if you don't think that here in the United States, even if you think that's a good thing in the United States, the Middle East thinks that it's a positive. And I want you to remember, the Middle East is constantly fighting Muslim versus Muslim. Most of the conflicts in the Middle East have nothing to do with Christianity. They have nothing to do with Jews. They have nothing to do with Hindus. It has nothing to do with Buddhists. It's Muslim versus Muslim, Sunni versus Shia. And they're fighting most of the time because it's Sunni and Shia. That's their big problem. And that's where most of their fighting for well over 1,000 years has been based on that argument. Does that mean having Mandami, is that a good thing? I can guarantee you for a part of the Middle East, it isn't. It doesn't matter whether he's Sunni or Shia. It doesn't matter. Because no matter which one he is, the other part of the Middle East doesn't like that. They're going to be upset. And then you have the influence. If he's as much of a devout Muslim as Al Jazeera would like you to believe, as much as they are trying to convince the rest of the Middle East that he is such an ally because of religion, well, that's going to bring conflict in the United States. We don't want religious elected leaders, at least not normally. We don't want religion to be the focus of our politics, of our laws, of our law enforcement. That's a problem. And I don't think most people thought of this in that way. They're looking at Zoran Mandami and they're saying, well, you mentioned that he's a Muslim, so you're an Islamophobe. No, it's a realistic fact. I don't care that he's a Muslim. I don't care if he's Sunni or Shia. That's meaningless to me. That's his faith. And he either has it or he doesn't, and I don't care. As long as it's not part of his politics, I don't care. But I do care if other people are looking at his politics and they're thinking that they gain influence. That's just as bad as corruption. That's as big as corruption. And that's important. Not because he is or isn't this kind of Muslim or that kind of Muslim, or he's a radical or he's a fanatic. I don't care. Unless other people care. And that means they will influence what happens in New York City and in the United States. And it increases the amount of potential of terrorism, especially when we have someone who believes in open borders. Mandami, under a Mandami presidency, a Democratic Socialist of America, not presidency, of a mayor of New York City, one of the biggest ports of entry for illegal aliens in this country. Yeah. And we now have individuals who are fanatical about their religion, and you think they may come into New York? That could be a problem. No one's talking about that. They don't want you to talk about that because, ooh, that's Islamophobe. Oh my God, you can't say that. Yes, I can. And we should. And it's on Zoran Mandami to let us know that that won't be a problem, that he has considered that and that he has resolved that. That is on Zoran Mandami. He is supposed to give me the confidence to believe that that won't be an issue, that what I've just explained is not a factor, that he has already planned for it, he's already ready for it, that he can protect the American people from the backlash of that. He hasn't. His answer is, I'm a victim. Screw you. Everyone's a victim. Literally, everyone's a victim according to the ideology of the left. Everyone's a victim. That's not an answer. That doesn't protect people. That doesn't tell me that you're prepared, that you've considered this. He hasn't answered the question. I'm a victim. You're a Zama. You are an ist and a phobe. That doesn't answer the question. That doesn't fix the problem. And there is the implication of a problem. I want him to tell me that he has considered the problem. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I want to be completely wrong. What if I'm not? Did anyone consider that? For all the people who want to say, well, that's just Islamophobic. What if I'm right? What's the old saying? Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean that I'm not being followed. A broken clock is right twice a day. I can be an istinophobe and be correct. I'm not an istinophobe, and I still can be correct. It's just a way to look at it. All right. I'm going to take a comment here. And Joel says, I saw a picture of some men supporting Mandami in New York City. Quote, Jews for Mandami, end quote. Can this be real? Yes. Just like there was queers for Hamas or queers for Palestine. And there are gay people who support Hamas, the terrorist organization that routinely kills anyone who is gay or LGBTQ. They throw them off of rooftops. They set them on fire. And they, the political movement, support Hamas, who would kill them. Just try and be LGBTQ and go over to Palestine and see how they treat you. They will kill you. But yet they supported it here in the United States where it's safe. So yeah, I'm not surprised there are Jews from Mandami that exist. People will support something that's not in their best interest. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad people. They may have very good reasons for what they believe. I don't know the argument. I don't know why they would make that decision. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not surprised that it exists. All right. I have my dog, as many of you may be aware, I have a 14-year-old dog. Yes, I love him. He's great. He's about 24 pounds. Yes, he's getting fat. He's usually about 20 pounds. He gained 4 pounds. It's because he's getting old. So he gained 4 pounds and he's old and he's cranky because the weather is getting cold and now he wants to go out. So I always take him out. It's a little bit early in the show for me to do that, but I'm going to take him out. I'm going to play an old conversation on an old show that I did, and we'll be back in about 45 minutes. So roughly about 5:15, we'll be back, and I'm going to walk him. So you get an opportunity, grab something to eat. You get to have something to drink, have a cigarette, walk around a little bit, stretch your legs, kiss your wife, kiss your husband, whatever it is. That's on you. But now I'll give you a few moments, and then we'll go forward from there. Where did I put this? But I need to walk my dog because I love my dog. He's a good boy. There it is. Okay. So what I'm going to play for the next roughly about 45 minutes, this is a conversation between Ben Shapiro and a student, Quentin Merritt. And I want you to hear, it's about Quentin Merritt. And we're going to take an in-depth look at this student, what is being taught to the next generation. Now, this was from 2022. So this is the next generation of people who are working in companies, in middle management. This is our future. This is our future. And I want you to look at this because I think it's appropriate because we're making so many decisions right now about our future. Let's see where we were going, and maybe we can change that direction. Maybe we should. So we'll be back at about 5:15 after I walk my dog, and I'll shut up now, and I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, April 13th of 2022, to speak about something that, well, it's popular in the news today. You've heard about it, but you may not realize the aspects, the totality of it. We're talking about the connection between intersectionality, the connection between censorship, the connection between a false bravado and false logic, and how these are all coming together to affect your life. And you may not realize it. You may not realize that it's affecting you directly, but we're going to address how it actually is. Now, first, before we get started, we do want to mention if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media that we can to be able to hear your voices in chats, in tweets, and in phone calls from anywhere in the world. And we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to be heard, to speak about the topics that affect us all. And so we ask you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to join us in our live stream to talk about the issues that matter to you. We hope to see you this Sunday. With that said, let's talk about the issue today. We're going to talk about Ben Shapiro. We're going to be speaking about Quentin Merritt. We're going to be talking about college and censorship. Let's bring it all together. On Monday, you may have seen or you may not have seen Matt Brainerd, who we've done a recent interview with, was speaking with Look Ahead America and talking about the subject of censorship. And I think it's very important to start there. And in that conversation that Matt Brainerd was having, he mentioned this.
And off the bat, we wanted to get behind something that seemed extremely topical and important at the moment, which was stopping corporate censorship. This was immediately following the aftermath of the President of the United States being kicked off of the most prominent social media platform. And in a way that really bothered a lot of people. As Elon Musk has recently said, Twitter has more or less become the public square. And to take somebody off of that who was engaging in illegal speech for no other reason than really just having a political disagreement, along with all the things that led up to it, such as censoring media reporting on things like Hunter Biden's laptop, or otherwise trying to shape the media, shape coverage by suppressing certain news sources, elevating others, along with a whole raft of other social media and financial firms and technology firms interfering with people engaging in legal activity.
And that's interesting to us. Yes, we're seeing all over the internet, all over social media, all over our news and television, we're seeing censorship. We're seeing people removed from various platforms. They are being unpersoned. They're being shut down. In fact, we have been a target of that most recently. You may recall that we were recently speaking about the fact that Discord banned our channel and punished everyone who is a member of that Discord channel for the mere fact that we had spoken about a protest that we were putting forward because we believe that many colleges are radicalizing our youth, that they are introducing to them information that will be dividing America. And we've spoken about that to some extent in talking about the classes at SUNY Broome College here in the southern tier of New York, which will be providing an event that will further radicalize, further segregate, further incite the division in Americans based on race. This is a troubling trend that we see happening right now. But censorship isn't just the deletion of information, not just the unpersoning of individuals. We see that even recently, even today, Rumble had to respond to the fact that they are receiving pressure from news media organizations, from individuals in the press, trying to emphasize certain ideas, things that they approve of, thoughts that were accepted by a more left-leaning ideology, and punishing organizations and social media and individuals that may have a different thought, that may want to express themselves with the First Amendment. It's kind of a troubling situation. And while that is correct, that censorship does include the deletion of content, of the people's voices, it also includes things beyond just being disbanded or being unpersoned. In fact, it's also the way in which information is presented to the public and how it is denied or warped by news media and a political ideology. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about and what's the subject today. We're talking about Ben Shapiro. Now, there has been a video that's going around. We're going to play that in just a moment. But you may have seen the news, perhaps in Newsweek or other American news media, and it says, Ben Shapiro called bozo by student during anti-transgender event. Now, this came out this morning, the event yesterday. And the information that we hear from Newsweek is that this is about a horrible event. Ben Shapiro was talking about transgender issues to an audience at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and that he was negative. He was horrible. He was invited to speak there because of the Young Americans Foundation, an organization we have spoken with before, and he was sharing with the audience his point of view that men cannot be women. In this reporting of this conversation, Newsweek has a very clear point of view. They want to get across a very clear summarization of the situation. But that summarization, that message that they are putting out to the public, to their readers who have not seen the actual video, have not seen the actual transcript, they're going to be misinformed. And Newsweek is doing this on purpose. Now, they say that Shapiro, who was largely welcomed by the audience, but when he took questions, became embroiled in a bitter exchange with one student who described himself as a mathematician and physicist. Now, they mention, and they cut to, the student said, so I think I'm pretty qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data, like, for example, gender identity disorder. That's a DSM-4 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. bro, we use DSM-5 now. Shapiro responded, I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech. They then stop with discussing the actual conversation that happened to interject some information of their own, that DSM-5 helps clinicians, researchers define and classify mental disorders to inform diagnosis and treatment. They go on to then say, the student commented, you sound like a bozo. Well, that's not exactly how the conversation went. That's not exactly what was being said, because then they go into Ben Shapiro saying he doesn't have to define or justify his masculinity. That's really not where the conversation goes. And then they go on to say that the student talked about Western colonial framework of gender. Well, they're really, really abusing the conversation. They're really denying you the actual context of what was being said and the critical comments and commentary that was going on in that. And they're doing that because they want to provide a very specific point of view. They want to tell you that the LGBTQAI plus ideology is something that's positive. They go into talking about the Indian Health Service, talking about American Indians and different ideas of LGBTQ. But that's really not what it's about. They even go on to talk about Ben Shapiro in an entirely different event, which has an entirely different context. They're misinforming the public. They're trying to make Ben Shapiro look like a bad guy, like he's done something wrong, that this student has done something courageous and positive, without actually giving context of what was said and how it was said and whether or not it was actually valid. That's the censorship that's going on. And that's something that really needs to be addressed. Now, what actually was said and how was it said? Let's take a look at that before we go any further so we can understand how intersectionality is being promoted by the major news media and how they are suppressing other voices and other thoughts because they don't want you to think. They want you to feel, and they want you to feel exactly how they approve, which is bad for everyone. Let's take a look at this. So this is the video of the complete conversation between Ben Shapiro and a student who happens to be Quentin Merritt. And Quentin Merritt will be looking at his response to this video and the response of the public to what he had to say, so that you'll have full context. But I want you to understand that under the umbrella of LGBTQAI+, under the umbrella of intersectionality, we see that people are willing to misrepresent facts, misrepresent themselves, to attack unjustifiably individuals on a personal basis to be able to push forward an agenda regardless of what the cost is for that. So I've said that, but let me show you the actual conversation.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, a double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
So let's stop right there. The first thing that we are told immediately in this conversation, which is after Ben Shapiro had been speaking for about 30 minutes and presented his case. This student, who, by the way, as we later find out, had just come from a gym to attend the event, Quentin Merritt starts off by saying that he is a mathematician and a physicist. This is a lie. And this is a lie that is done purposefully because it is a logic fallacy. It is the assumption that he is an authority, and therefore, as an authority, he is able to confront Ben Shapiro, who is an authority, who is a recognized authority, who is the speaker at the event. So he's trying to use his titles as a means to support and raise up his argument to be able to silence anyone who would disagree with what he is about to say. Now, we don't dispute whether or not he received an award. And if he did, just as Ben Shapiro said, congratulations, good for him to be able to excel. But what Quentin has just told us is he is a student. He is studying a double major. That does not make him an authority. That does not make him a mathematician nor a physicist. He is a student. He is someone who's learning about these subjects. And whether or not he actually does get a degree, again, does not make him an authority in those fields. It just makes him someone who got a degree, which he may get in the future. He then puts up his award to further substantiate that he is an authority, but he isn't. Yes, he got the award, but that does not make him an authority. We have to understand the way that people are being trained to attack those they disagree with, the way that they are being taught how to silence others around them through tricks and illogical arguments that are only meant to suppress others. So that's what Quentin has said so far, and already he has already deflated and devalued the rest of his argument because he has created this fallacy to start. Let's go on.
So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on like old data.
That's not true. Now, Ben Shapiro may or may not be using old data. That's a question. And that is a question of the source that Ben Shapiro is using. That does not rely on whether or not Quentin is actually an authority figure. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with any awards that Quentin may or may not have received. If he's using poor sourcing, that is a different question, which Quentin has not asserted, as we will see.
But my question to you,
I
and so I want you all to like realize
last
that.
month, but sure.
Again, Ben Shapiro then responded, "You're incorrect. His source is from the prior month. It is 30 days old, the information that he is sourcing." So Quentin's argument is deflated. It is incorrect. He's made an assertion. That assertion has been corrected with proper information. So Quentin has failed now twice in his initial argument. Let's go on.
Like, for example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk
I literally
about...
cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity.
You sound like a...
Okay, so to support his idea, Quentin decided to say, well, your sourcing is based on this faulty data. He makes his point clear on what he's objecting to. Ben Shapiro clarifies the actual citation he is making and its relevance in his discussion, which deflates and defeats the argument that comes from Quentin. Quentin is a smart man. He realizes that he has lost the argument. It is over already because the supposition is that the data is incorrect. The data has now been confirmed and supported and clarified. Quentin doesn't have an argument anymore. His argument has failed. So what does Quentin do? What has he been trained by the University of North Carolina? What has he been taught by progressive ideology to do when his argument has failed and he has been proven to be wrong? Well, we'll see.
Yo, bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
So he instantly goes to a personal attack. Now, Quentin clarifies, and we will go over that with you in just a moment, but he has a reason why he's made a personal attack. But understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about. The major news media did not want to go into the fact that there was an unsupported, unsubstantiated attack on the discussion that Ben Shapiro had made, that it was based on a faulty understanding of the sourcing of Ben Shapiro, and that argument was defeated. Newsweek did not tell you any of this, nor did it tell you that as a response, the answer from Quentin, as he had been taught by his teachers at the University of North Carolina and probably before, was to then immediately go into a personal attack and to try and embarrass or to somehow deflate the character of Ben Shapiro. Now, it doesn't matter whether you like Ben Shapiro or not. It doesn't matter if you agree with his ideology or not. What is important here is this is a form of censorship. This is an attack which is being supported by the corporate media, as identified by Matt Brainerd, and as we have discussed on this channel before, because the corporate media is denying you full context and an understanding that this is a false argument. And at the same time, they're not allowing you to be able to critique Quentin for making a false argument with faulty logic. Nor are they denouncing the fact that Quentin has made a personal attack that is unnecessary, unwarranted, and rather distasteful. But Ben Shapiro is not without his own ability to defend himself. By the way, also notice the entire audience of the University of North Carolina express their opinion of this personal attack.
So, number one, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity.
We're using a Western colonial idea.
So, Ben Shapiro just stands up, and this is where you see that edit that we saw here in Newsweek, that Ben Shapiro responded saying, let me say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity of having my masculinity challenged by someone like you. He has reasserted himself and made it clear that the argument that is being presented to him is a personal attack, an attack that has no validity, nor is it relevant. That's where we go. And then we see that Quentin doubles down. He now returns and shifts the argument from a failed discussion that he had just made and a false premise that he had presented, and now shifts the argument into an entirely different argument that is not related to his initial statement, which is faulty data. He now makes an assumption, and he presents that as his new argument after the fact that his personal attack has failed, as we see from the audience itself. Let's see his new argument.
Of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No.
So again, he makes an assumption. He makes a generalization, Quentin, and Quentin's generalization that male and female is not a biological aspect, but it is a social construct, which is a progressive idea that is being supported by academics in schools and being taught to children. And in some cases, the application of this ideology is being taught to children as young as 5 years old, which we are seeing in many states, which is why we have seen laws like the Don't Say Gay law that is in Florida, Oklahoma, Alabama, and many others. Which of course is not about being gay, but it's about teaching sexual ideology to children at the ages of 5, 6, 7, and 8. So Quentin has gone into that popular idea, at least the academically popular idea of many socialists and many progressives, that sexuality is a social construct, which Ben Shapiro is arguing a biological question of gender. So let's see how he is going to respond to this generalization about Western society.
No. Think about Native American. Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
and they
like the United States or Europe. And so you're saying
white,
so non-white people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot.
So what we heard again is that he's trying to point out certain cultures. By the way, he's not mentioning which culture. Is he talking about the Aztec culture? Because Mexico in the modern era, in the last century, if not the last 2 or 3 centuries, Mexico and Africa and South America recognize the biology of male and female, both in sports and in society, and have done so for hundreds of years. This is true also in Eastern culture, whether it be China or Japan or Korea or any of the Asiatic countries. So there is an understanding of male and female biology, and that it is something that is intrinsic. Whether or not you agree with that, whether or not you prefer that, is entirely separate of the fact that it is recognized and has been recognized through modern history for hundreds of years, which Ben Shapiro has stated. So again, we see that Quentin is standing on poor ground. And to support his poor example, he then supports it again, saying, I'm a mathematician, I am a physicist, which he is not. He has not earned those degrees. He has not made that leap, or rather, he is making a leap to try and create an authority behind what he is saying that is unsupported by the truth, that it is factually incorrect. So let's go on and see what else happens here.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
So he goes with the line from KBJ herself, from Ketanji Brown Jackson's mouth herself. I can't answer whether male or female exists because I'm not a biologist. Because again, this supports the idea that there is a biological, not social, definition of male and female. He's defeated his own argument. The argument from Quentin is that male and female are a social construct. But now in saying that he is not a biologist, he is saying that not only does it take an authority to make this determination, but the type of authority is one based on biology and genetics, thus resupporting the fact that male and female are biological, not social. So he's failed in being able to support that he is an authority, and he's defeated his own argument without Ben Shapiro having to say anything else. That is important. We have to understand the failure. This is the failure of education in America at this time, that individuals have been taught to start with an argument, even if it's faulty, when proven incorrect, to attack an individual on a personal level, to try and discredit them, to try and support yourself with assumptions of authority that do not have any credibility, and to change the argument to a new argument, even if that argument is flawed, and to try and press that forward by using authority figures and self-claim of authority in a subject. So he's defeated himself several times. And we can see the failure of the education system that has taught him to be able to debate in this manner to try and win support for his point of view. Let's hear Ben Shapiro.
I'm 20. As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard.
So Ben Shapiro has made, while it is a stinging rebuke, it is accurate. If we are to assume the authority that has been assumed and has been claimed by Quentin, then Quentin, in his own argument, lacks the authority to make the argument that he is making about the social construct of sexuality. And he has not provided any authority or any documentation, any support for what he has said. He's made generalizations, but he's not citing any recognized sources for that. He's just assuming an authority that is not relevant to the argument that he is making, an argument that he's saying requires a knowledge set and a authority he does not have, and that he has clearly stated. Quentin's answer is to say that, well, Ben Shapiro lacks the authority as well. Even if we are to assume that is correct, Ben Shapiro is citing authorities, the DM5, in his argument that he is making. So he is not assuming that he has the sole authority on this or that he is an expert, but he is citing those who are experts in making the argument that he is making. There is a difference, and it is clear, it is not subtle, and Quentin has failed. His education has failed. Not to say that Quentin isn't smart. Quentin may be smart, but he is uneducated, and he has been educated poorly, and it is on display, which is why the rebuke by Ben Shapiro is so stinging. Let's go on.
What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
So, as a final rebuke against this student, Quentin, after taking several personal insults and addressing his core issues, his core arguments, and defeating those arguments, and Quentin himself defeating his own arguments, we then see Ben Shapiro go on a response to the personal attack that was made against him on several levels at several times. And he makes a very valid argument, which is also somewhat personal, in defending himself and saying, well, if you are such an authority and you have been taught that your authority gives you the ability to make these unsubstantiated arguments that you yourself have defeated, there is a underlying failure in the way that you are being taught. There is a failure in your knowledge, and that goes back to both the emphasis on a progressive ideology, on intersectionality, and to go to the way that he was taught to think. That's very important. And that's the end of the conversation. I will play it out just so that everyone knows that I am not editing any additional content that is of substance or adds context to the conversation. So that is over. So we've established, and I think we've established very clearly, that the education system, in its emphasis to be able to promote a political ideology, and let us be very clear, intersectionality, gender identity politics, and critical race theory are political aspects. They are political ideologies that are meant to put groups of individuals, categories of people above others for the basis of power and law. That is a fact. That is continuously seen through the actions that we have seen and also being expressed by the corporate media. Corporate media that is looking to edit this information, to take it out of context so that you are provided a very biased point of view, so that you will support that ideology, which is supported by the corporate media, so that you will not think this through and you will assume that the authority, in this case, the corporate media, is correct, and therefore, in that same line of thought, that Quentin is also correct. But in fact, they are not. And their argument is not substantiated. And the person who's the villain in this is not Ben Shapiro, nor his thoughts, which are unapproved by the major media and academics. No, in fact, it is Quentin and the process of thought that he was taught to use and the process of argumentation that he was taught to use by the University of North Carolina and his prior teachers. All of them should be embarrassed and upset that Quentin has gone through this process and has embarrassed himself as well as their institutions and the education system in America and its priorities at this time. Newsweek should be embarrassed at this time for the article that they published and the lack of context that they have provided to the public. And just as Matt Brainerd had pointed out, we see this on social media in addition, and this is the kind of censorship that is destroying America. It is destroying our ability not only to make arguments, but to think about these arguments and to be able to evaluate them as individuals rather than categories, rather than just having to accept an approved thought that is provided to us by individuals that assert their own greatness and power without any substantiation. That, as Matt Brainerd was bringing up, we need to question this, and we should fight against this because this is not the way to maintain a nation, a society, or individuals. It takes away from all of their abilities. This is Quentin's page himself. This is his YouTube channel. He has had, since this event has come out, he has 56 subscribers. He has a video that has 32,367 views as of this recording. And he has only 82 likes on what he has to say. Now, that is not indicative necessarily of the quality of what is being said by Quentin, although it is indication that his attempt to reach out to support what he had said is not finding ears, that it is not substantiated, and that he has been proven wrong. In addition, and I don't see the dislike, but I would assume, and I'm pretty sure people will be able to find this, that the dislike ratio is significantly higher than the like ratio. Not because Ben Shapiro is a great guy, but because Quentin is unable to substantiate his argument that he is making, and that he has failed in promoting the ideology of intersectionality and of progressive thought, and that his school has failed. And you can look at the comments that are prevalent and surrounding his entire channel of individuals who are pointing out the different things that are wrong. In particular, I cite this one right here, Wes Smith mentioning, "You are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist, you are a student." There is a clarity here. Now, again, I want Quentin's words to stand for themselves. And I want you to hear what he has to say in its fullness as he tries to defend and support what he has done and to justify the false logic that he has used, to use personal attacks to try and belittle and diminish an individual and to try and elevate himself by assuming an authority he does not have. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, my name is Quentin Merritt, and I just roasted Ben Shapiro.
That is factually incorrect. That is factually incorrect by, if no other criteria can be used here, the number of views of the video I just showed you from Ben Shapiro, 300,000. The number of views that Quentin is receiving, 32,000. On a magnitude and order, he is not seen as being superior. Although, if you're looking at Newsweek and certain corporate media, then you will get a sense that that is what happened. But if you are looking at what people themselves are responding to, that is incorrect. That is, again, another assertion of authority, an assertion of success that is not substantiated by any evidence that we can see. We'll go on.
But before I get into the reasoning behind my actions, I'm going to give you some background about my experience at the event.
Now, is the background that he's about to tell us of any relevance? No. He is using another slippery slope. He's changing the way that you are thinking about this argument. He is going to seek to try and win you over on an emotional level about an argument which is based in fact. He is trying to change your perception of this. Again, this is another technique that has been taught to him by the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and many of his prior teachers, we can only assume. That this is what he has been taught, to change the argument, to change the framing of the argument, and to try and engage in an emotional battle on something that is based in fact. He is trying to now change things from the fact to how you feel, whether you like Ben Shapiro or whether you like Quentin Merritt. That's what he's looking to do. That is the new argument he's going to put here, and that's why he is introducing information that has no relevance and cannot be substantiated. This is his perception that he is about to present to you. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm with a friend, and we strolled through campus to get to the gym, waited patiently in line, shuffled through security, all to get to the biggest and most controversial event of our time in college.
Introducing a couple of concepts here. That he has friends, that he was an innocent individual, that he was coming to this event presumably with an open mind, presumably. That he was just being another student going and seeing something that was incredible. And if the most incredible thing that you are learning at college, and I know it's been 35 years since I've been in college, but if the most important thing that has ever happened to you while you are in college is that an individual is speaking at your college, then that education system has failed you. That is my personal opinion. It may be incorrect, but again, we're talking about subjectivity here because Quentin has introduced subjectivity and personal reflection. And if it is about personal reflection, I can tell you that in my experience, the experience I have heard about and shared with many, many other individuals who have gone to college as well over the last 35 years, if this is the most significant thing he is doing in college, his college has failed him, and he has failed to seek out experiences that are readily available to him. But let's continue.
Ben Shapiro at UNCG. And as we walk down the stairs and try to squeeze into our seats and settle in for the event, we hear someone yell, "I fucking hate minorities." Just like that.
Okay, so now we have an unsubstantiated claim. Now, I find this interesting because, as far as I can tell, there is no video, there is no evidence that has been reported either by the major news media, nor by individuals at the University of North Carolina, nor by Quentin himself that shows any evidence of such a thing happening. Now, I'm not saying that it could not happen. I'm not saying that it did not happen. I don't know if that's a personal attack, an individual that has a personal relationship to Quentin, that they have a personal argument with Quentin. I don't know. But what I do know, and what can be substantiated, is that there is no evidence that these kind of racial slurs were being used at this event, either at large or by specific individuals targeting other individuals at the university. Again, this is an attempt to try and sway an emotional reaction. He has now used race, and of course it's called the race card for a reason. He's now used his race and a presumed slur to try and change your emotional outlook on his conversation and to change the context of his speech that he had, his discussion he had with Ben Shapiro. He's now tried to make you angry. He's tried to make you emotionally support him. This is a technique. It is a technique used to subvert individuals and to change the way that they would look at something in a manner that they normally would not. He's changed it from a substantive argument into an emotional one. And he wants you on his side emotionally without providing any substance nor any verification. It's his word, his feelings, and he wants you to share his anger, even though there is no reason for you to do so. But let's go on to hear what else he has to say.
My friend and I immediately looked at one another with shock. Him wide-eyed, looking at my black skin, and me uncomfortably staring at his brown skin against the sea of white faces that surrounded us. I mean, that was to be expected, given Ben Shapiro's demographic.
Why is it to be expected? Ben Shapiro has millions of followers around the world. And he's saying that the only people who can relate to Ben Shapiro would be people who are Jewish, not even necessarily white, but Jewish, because that's one of the key categories that Ben Shapiro actually targets or is targeted and that he represents. So again, now we're hearing this argument, well, you can only be represented by people who look just like you. He's assuming that because Ben Shapiro is light-skinned, therefore he supports or is supported by whites. Well, maybe, but is that to say that no one who is black or brown-skinned or Asian or indigenous, that no one else around the world supports Ben Shapiro because he doesn't look like them? Because we have now had this argument introduced by Quentin that only people who are like you, who look like you, who have either black or brown skin, well, they must support Quentin's point of view. You must align yourself and see yourself in Quentin because he's made this allegation, and because Ben Shapiro is other, he has to be an enemy. He has to be in opposition. Well, that's not necessarily true. And that is a weak argument at the very least, and it's unsupported. It's inaccurate. It is not factually correct to say that that is the demographics of Ben Shapiro's followers. What you can look online and you can look at his event. That's not true. So he has made a false argument, a false equivocation, and he is supporting that on the basis of my skin color, which at any other time in the world would be considered racism. He is using racist arguments to try and gain your support for his actions and his failures. I want you to be clear on that. And this is what he is being taught at the University of North Carolina and possibly.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to take care of that. There we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being back with us here at No Sound Bites Allowed. It is October 26th. It's 5:17, and we are back for the rest of the show. Thank you for that. I hope you had a good walk. Maybe you walked your dog, had a cigarette, got something to eat or drink, said hello to your significant other, whatever you did. I hope you had a good break there. And so I want to go forward and have some more of this conversation. Now, I do want to acknowledge John Lashcombe. Thank you for the super chat. And he said, Officer Tatum, who's on YouTube, he's also a black and conservative individual. He does a show similar to this. Officer Tatum on YouTube interviewed a Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, a congressional candidate in Arizona. I'm not familiar with the candidate. I would be happy to interview him. I do regularly and routinely reach out to candidates across the entire country, whether they are Republican or Democrat or a third party, it doesn't matter. Candidates that I hear of that I think are of interest, sometimes recommended by the audience themselves, I try to reach out to them and have them on. If anyone is familiar with Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, I'd be happy to have Dr. Jasser on the program talking about why they're running for Congress and what they hope to achieve. As someone who was a congressional candidate for the New York 22nd District, I know how difficult it can be. That was my first election race, as a matter of fact, when I went up, when I was looking to win the New York 22nd race. And it was very difficult. And most of the news media did not want to talk to me because I was a black conservative. And being a black Republican is considered a bad thing to the news media. They don't like that. They don't want people to know black conservatives exist and that we're credible candidates. So if Dr. Jasser would like to be on this program and reach out to people, I'd be more than happy to provide an hour or two to speak with them. So thank you for making me aware of that, John. If anyone knows how to contact Dr. Jasser, I'd be happy to reach out to Dr. Jasser and invite them onto the program. That being said, we have been talking about Zoran Mandami. And I think Mandami he's an interesting man. And we're talking about Al Jazeera. And there was one other thing I wanted to bring up about this Al Jazeera article. So again, Al Jazeera doesn't care about the United States. In fact, they don't like the United States. They are funded by and support terrorism around the world. That's what Al Jazeera does. And to see that Al Jazeera is interested and is promoting this election, that troubles me. Again, whether or not Zoran Mandami is conscious of this or not doesn't necessarily really matter. He is the vehicle by which they are potentially encouraging terrorism in the United States. Now, I want to be very clear. Why do I say this? Look at what Al Jazeera says. Early voting begins in New York mayor's race, which is true. That started October 25th, yesterday, Saturday. So that's true, with Mandami ahead in the polls. Now, the way this is worded, this headline, it tends to make people who are just looking at headlines, it gives the impression that they're saying that Mandami is already winning the race. It's just the way they worded it, because they're really two different things. They're not connected. Yes, Mandami is ahead in many polls that have been taken about the 2025 New York City mayoral race. That's true. That's been true for some time. But that has nothing to do with early voting, because the votes are not calculated. I had someone, an individual who wanted to attack me on, matter of fact, I think I have that available for you guys. I could show you. The guy left a comment, and he wasn't very happy with me because I was covering, let me see if I can find it for you guys as I go. And I just want you to see the mindset that's out there. Where is it? Here it is. All right. So let me bring this up. All right. Bingo. So this is my content. People respond to me. I respond to many of your comments when you make them. I do pay attention. I do read the comments that are there, and I do respond. And we had an individual who is Uptight. That's their name. And Uptight F says that in response to the short, just showing some of the highlights of what Curtis Lewa was saying after the second debate, reassuring his base, his supporters, that he's staying in the race, and what are some of the issues that he is looking to address if he is to become mayor. Okay. And so this guy goes that Curtis Lewa was losing. Keep screaming, old man, you're out. I'm like, well, that's a weird thing to say, but okay, that's his opinion. It is a typical opinion that we see often from progressives and from Democrats. They're trying to discredit and attack the character of Curtis Lewa, to minimize him, to embarrass him if possible, and to dismiss him as a legitimate candidate because he can't address the actual policies that Curtis Lewa brought up in just 1 minute, a minute and 9 seconds. You would think in the 3 subjects that I presented as highlights that he would have something to say about the policy itself. He didn't. He attacked Curtis Lewa as being old, which doesn't mean anything. And he said, oh, you're losing. Well, the polling says that, but that doesn't mean he's lost the race. The part that I thought was very interesting is Uptight as F then goes on to say, fact, FATCTS, spell check, dude. Spell check is easy. If you don't know how to spell, Grammarly is making bundles because you don't know how to spell. And you obviously didn't look at what you were writing, and you haven't corrected it since. Okay. But he's trying to say facts are he is out and passion is not right. Now, I'm bringing that up because it's not correct. That's a feeling that the left wants you to have, that the news media wants you to have, because New York State is a bluer than blue state. And they want you to think that anyone who isn't an approved Democrat doesn't have a chance. That's not correct. That's not realistic. But that's the feeling they have. And they want you to have their feeling. You always must adopt the feeling of the left. The left never adopts your feeling. Your feelings are not valid. They try to invalidate you and whatever you think. But you must acknowledge and agree with their feelings, just as in this comment. And as you can see, this is about 21 hours ago, and I mentioned the facts aren't there. Voting started, but there's no count. No one knows what the vote count is at this moment. The election is not over. So you can't say the fact is that Sliwa has lost. He hasn't lost. No one has lost. No one has won. This election is still being processed. But this is what he wants, because he wants to convince me that I shouldn't vote. And his appeal to me is insult and dismiss the candidate and adopt his feelings. No, I reject that. I don't want to adopt your feelings, and I don't agree with your opinion. Or more importantly, he didn't actually give an opinion. He just said, here's my feeling. I don't agree with your feelings, and I don't want your feelings. I have my own. But this is exactly what we're seeing when it comes to in looking at Al Jazeera. Because, again, Al Jazeera is trying to imply and to manipulate the emotions of voters by saying that Mandami is winning. They're implying that already Mandami is winning when not one vote has been counted. Again, that's deceptive, but it shows they have a very specific interest in this race. They want Mandami to win. They think, and it appears based on the article, that they believe that Mandami winning is good for some of the various influencers in the Middle East. That should give voters a pause. And again, I have to say, and I've said this in tweets to Mandami directly, you are failing as a leader. He should be addressing this and not with you're an ist and a phobe. There's a legitimate concern behind this. They have an interest that he says he doesn't have, that he has no interest in foreign matters, international diplomacy. But international diplomacy, international organizations have an interest in him and the race and how he might influence their ability to illegally enter the United States, it would appear. Mandami should, as a leader, if he is one, if he truly wants to protect America and improve America, he should have an answer to this. He should be addressing this. This is a concern of voters. He should be reassuring us that even with these foreign agencies being influencing this race or attempting to influence this race, that he is resisting that he is aware it is happening, and that this is something that will not factor into the election, or if he were to win, his time as mayor. He's refusing to do that. That's a problem. That is an outright, absolute problem for voters in the United States. This is a threat waiting to happen. That's my impression of it. Others may have a different opinion of it, but I think it's very clear that there is a problem there. Now, to be fair, it is true that Mandami, based on polling up to October 24th, best that I can find, it is showing the Zoran Mandami is winning. And even if you were to take out Cuomo, if it's just Cuomo and Sliwa were to somehow and for some reason to drop out of the race, why is it not doing this now? Get out. I don't want this. Why is it frozen? Oh, yeah, it's up. Sorry, my computer's freezing on me now. It doesn't want to show. Why is it doing that? Okay, let me refresh this. Sorry. Okay, let's try this again. There it is. So even if you were to take out Curtis Sliwa, Andrew Cuomo still loses. For the people who are saying, "Oh, Curtis Sliwa, he's going to spoil the race." No, he isn't. This is the same argument we get about third parties as well. And the reality is, no, you were going to lose anyway. Andrew Cuomo is not going to win because he killed 16,000 Americans, because he covered it up, because he has a slew of sexual assaults that he is alleged to have done, because he's corrupt, because he wasn't well liked as governor, and his actions as governor hurt all of New York. That's why he's losing. If he was as good as he thinks he is, he would have already won this. He would have won it with the primary. He's not. He's in trouble. Some would say, and I would say, he's actually in third place, not second. But that's another question. But Sliwa is not the reason why Cuomo is losing. Cuomo is the reason why Cuomo is losing. That being said, and if Cuomo were to drop out and Adams is not in the race, that means that Curtis Sliwa potentially has about, I'd say 35%, maybe 40%. He could win. He could win. But a lot of people disagree with this. I think it's accurate. Now, one other thing I would suggest is Zoran Mandami directly or indirectly receiving funding from the Middle East? Based on what we're seeing from Al Jazeera is promoting Zoran Mandami based on the fact that he's a Muslim. Now, does that mean Iran? Would they be donating either directly or indirectly, or Saudi Arabia, or the United Arab Emirates, or Hamas, or Lebanon, or Jordan, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen? It is quite possibly they might. They may lend their influence to this race. Now, if they do, and if they have, either through organizations or individuals that are funneling the money to the Mandami race, if that is happening, what do they expect for that money? And it is quite possible, because in many big races, and the New York City mayor is a big race, especially given that we are one of the largest ports, locations of sanctuary cities and illegal immigration. What are they expecting for that money, for those donations? I really think that in this race, given the nature of what we are seeing, the influence of Al Jazeera, the Middle East as it stands right now, the statements by Mandami not denouncing the extremist, radical, fanatical Islamist movements. We're talking about Hamas, we're talking about Hezbollah, we're talking about Houthis in Iran, that he would not denounce them until he was under significant political pressure, until it was starting to affect his vote count. Zoran Mandami did not denounce anything. He sidestepped it completely. This is an issue. Again, when we're putting these things together and looking at the logical conclusion of these things, that the Middle East is interested in this race, that it is likely that at least some of these nations and organizations in the Middle East would donate either directly or indirectly to his campaign, what would they expect? What would they expect for their support? And why will Zoran Mandami not give an assurance to the people of the United States and in New York that he is aware of this implication and that he will not allow that to happen, that he doesn't have any allegiance, he doesn't owe them anything, and that they have not, emphatically and factually, have not supported his campaign in either votes, influence, or money. It should be very simple. The fact that it isn't is glaring. And that is a concern for me as a resident of New York, as an American citizen, as someone who follows politics. That is a glaring concern for me. I don't know if it's a glaring concern for everyone. It should be, but it is for me. So I don't know what to say about that. I'm troubled by that. I mean, guys, you can tell me. People who are watching, whether you're on the left or on the right, whether you're a libertarian or Green Party or conservative, tell me, you've been following this. Everyone in the nation, all of the political oxygen has been sucked out of the room, and everyone is talking about Zohran Mamdani and the New York City race for mayor. All of it. We should be talking about the Virginia Attorney General's race, where the Democrat in that race has dreamed, has had fantasies about killing Republican children. That's a fact. That's not disputed by anyone. He admits that he in fact did send messages and was fantasizing about killing Republican children, 1 and 2 year old children. He wanted them dead. That's Jay Johnson in the Virginia Attorney General's race. He said that. This is the guy who's going to be deciding what laws are enforced and how they get enforced. And this is the guy that Democrats say, no, he should get. None of the Democrats will denounce him. None of the Democrats say that he should not be elected. None of them. The Democrats have gotten quiet. They try not to talk about Jay Johnson, but they're not denouncing him. They are still supporting him to win his race, even though he wants to kill children just because their parents have a different political affiliation than his own, because they have different political beliefs as American citizens who have the right to have whatever political belief they want to have. We should be talking about it. That is important to this nation. And in fact, we aren't. We're talking about Zohran Mamdani. Everyone is talking about that. That's the only thing we're talking about. Some of the things I've already brought up on the channel so far in the first half are things we should be talking more about in this nation. They're not being discussed because everyone's talking about Zohran Mamdani and this race. And I understand it's important, but it isn't the most important thing in America at this moment. We should be talking about what's happening in Portland, what's happening in Chicago, what's happening in LA. How about we talk about what's happening in Louisiana, where we've seen Memphis. We should be talking about that because the National Guard have been there and it has been beneficial. We're not seeing the same kind of rioting in Memphis that we're seeing in LA or in Portland or in Chicago or even in New York City. We're not seeing the violence there. We are seeing crime go down. We are seeing the federal agents, in particular ICE, we are seeing them being effective in their job. They are arresting illegal aliens. They are reducing the amount of homicides. They are preventing crime. We are seeing that happen, but we're not seeing gangs of MS-13, the Crips, the Bloods. We're not seeing criminal organizations fighting with ICE agents. We're not seeing the Democrats come out and rioting to protect illegal aliens, individuals that committed a crime. We're not seeing the left go into Memphis and try and reward illegal aliens for their criminality. We're not having that conversation. We should be saying, why is it so different, those two locations? Why is it that we're seeing in Memphis, we're not seeing the same kind of rioting that we're seeing in the other bluer than blue strongholds? Why is that such a difference? And you can't say, well, it's because the mayors, in some of these other cities, they're black or they're women. It's a black man in Memphis. He's happy to work with. The Democrats in the state, they're against. They're absolutely upset about this, and they're screaming orange man bad. The mayor's like, no, this is working. This is a good thing. They're going to be here at least 30 days, if not longer, and I want them to stay. But that's not news because everyone wants to talk about Zoran Mandami. Well, what else about Zoran is so important? I mean, yeah, he's a socialist. So is Bill de Blasio. Zoran Mandami is a bigger believer than de Blasio. That's true. Zoran is pushing only failed policies. All of the major policies that Zoran Mandami is pushing with the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, are all copy-paste policies that have absolutely, definitively, empirically failed everywhere else that they have been done. Every single policy. Grocery stores, free buses, social workers as police, a $30 minimum wage, all of his major policies, everything that he's pointing to has actually failed across America. Why should we be doing this? But no one's saying that. The news media is making a massive point. Reason TV is cheerleading. They have been taking each of these issues that I just mentioned, and they're making hour-long specials cheerleading Zoran Mandami, trying to convince voters and the American people that this is a great thing without mentioning the failures, abject, absolute empirical failures, and the consequences of those failures in all the cities that have tried these policies before. They're telling you this time is different because they feel like it's different. Not that there's anything structurally different. It's the same policy, the same structure, the same infrastructure, the same monetary cost. There's no difference. But they think this time it's going to be different because they say so, because they feel so. And again, you're always supposed to adopt the feelings of the left. Their feelings should be your feelings. If they feel it's a success, then you should feel like it's a success. Even if you look at it and go, but it doesn't work. That doesn't matter. They're going to take your money and they're going to take time and they're going to push it even if it fails, because it might change your mind, because they want more power. If anyone on the left disagrees with me, if anyone who's a candidate, if you're a candidate for the Democratic Socialists of America, if you're a Democrat, if you're an elected official, I will give you up to 12 hours of live stream time. No edits. Not here to embarrass you. But more importantly, you can come on to this program for 12 hours if necessary to discuss this with me and to show me the error of my ways. Show me the facts, the details. Show me the conclusions that say there is going to be something different this time, even though you're following the same exact policies that failed the last time. This is a promise I make every week. I ask for elected officials, Democrats, progressives, to come onto this program and prove me wrong. I will go to any state, I will go to any college, and I will have this discussion with any elected Democrat, any Democratic candidate, local, state, or federal level. I will do it in a heartbeat. I've done it before. I will do it again. I'll go anywhere you want. Let's talk about these issues. They have said no consistently for more than a decade. No, no, no. They don't want to talk about it because they don't want you to realize that they're pushing failed policies because they don't care about the policies. They don't care if they work or not. Mandami doesn't care. He may believe that it could work, but he doesn't care if it doesn't work. It's about making socialism more popular. It's about getting more power so that they can destroy the Constitution, which is a stated goal of the Democratic Socialists of America. They don't want a constitution. They want the human rights of the UN. And the UN rights are rights given by government that can be taken by government. That's a scary thought. That's what he wants. Zoran Mandami wants international law, not the Constitution. He wants international rights, not the Constitution. And international rights can be taken from you at any second. They give you a right, they can take that right. They can change that right. They can reinterpret that right, and you have no ability to do anything about it. That's what Zoran Mandami wants, because he expects that he will be in the leadership seat. He and other democratic socialists like AOC, like Ilhan Omar, like Anna Presley, they believe that they will be the new leaders, that they will be making the decisions. That's not guaranteed. In fact, that's not even likely, not even close to likely. But they think that, they feel that. And because they feel it, it might as well be true. Because in their world, in their mental state, they believe that if they feel it, it is true. It's a scary thought. It's terrifying. Or at least I think it's terrifying. Let me go on. On to another, it's kind of international, it's kind of national. People have heard me talk about this before. This is from ABC News, that the Department of Homeland Security is pressing, they're trying to get Kilmar Abrego Garcia deported from America, and one of the locations is Liberia. They want to send Kilmar Abrego Garcia, otherwise known as the Maryland Man, because he's not an American citizen. He's an illegal alien. He's a member of MS-13. And so the news media, when talking about his initial deportation, they tried to make it as sympathetic as they possibly could, as empathetic as it could be. They ignored his gang connections. They ignored his human rights violations. They ignored his legal violations. They tried everything. Yeah, they tried everything they could to make him into this perfect angelic being. It failed. He's not a perfect angelic being, not by a long shot. No, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a straight up criminal, an unrepentant criminal. And as I have said on this program many times, deport him. It doesn't matter. Send him to El Salvador. Send him over to the Sudan or Liberia or Antarctica. He's not our problem. He's not our responsibility. We have no obligation to Kilmar Abrego Garcia or any other illegal alien. They deserve no reward. And if their own country will not take them, then we can send them anywhere where someone will take them. Now, initially, El Salvador did take Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And the Democrats said that's not good enough. No, he has to come back to America. Why? Why did he have to come back to America? We knew for a fact he is a criminal. We knew what laws he had broken, many laws that he had broken. We knew that he did go through the legal system and he was found guilty and he was deportable and he was deported. So I can't blame El Salvador because members of the United States Congress taking your tax money went down to El Salvador on a vacation, a working vacation, had a great time at the beach in El Salvador and petitioned to take this criminal who was a criminal in El Salvador, his native country, and in the United States, to get him out of prison in his home country where he had broken the law, to bring him back to the United States where he's a criminal, where he has broken the law, because I don't understand why. Why was Kilmar Abrego Garcia so vitally important to Democrats? I don't understand. There is no positive. Well, he's a dad, and he's a dad who committed a crime. He's a criminal. Being a dad does not absolve him of his crime or the penalty that he should pay for that crime, those multiple crimes. So here it is, ABC. They're very upset because, oh my God, they've identified a new country that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is going to be sent to. He was deported. Now, according to ABC News, only ABC News, they say that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was wrongly deported to El Salvador, his home. El Salvador is his home. How can you wrongly deport him to his home? Think about that for a second. ABC is trying to influence you. It was wrong to send him home. How dare you send this criminal to his home? Because his home wasn't in the United States. It wasn't in Maryland. It's El Salvador. But ABC is mixing reporting the news with their excuse me. Excuse me. ABC News is confusing the news and their political commentary, their partisan political agenda. Because you can't say he's wrongly deported. He was an illegal alien. He was sent to his home. That's not wrong. That's the law. They're misleading the public. That is a lie. That's the only way to describe it. ABC News is lying to the public. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not wrongly deported. He was deportable. He committed the crimes. They go on to say, in court notice filed on Friday, this is news from Friday. You haven't heard about this. No one's talking about this. Department of Justice attorneys said the Department of Homeland Security has received diplomatic assurances regarding the treatment of third country individuals removed to Liberia from the United States and make that final necessary arrangements for Abrego Garcia's removal. Liberia wants him. Liberia is happy to take him. Fantastic. I say let him go. Let him go. I ask for those who are on the left who are hate watching this program, and I know some of you do, fantastic. Why should Kilmar Abrego Garcia stay in the United States? Why should he? We should send him back to El Salvador, but they don't want him, apparently. Okay, send him to Liberia. What's the problem? Why shouldn't we do that? See, I really haven't heard that argument from the left. They want us to be distracted by things like Zoran Mandami. They want us to be distracted by Orange Man Bad. They're trying to change the way we think. But when we stop being emotional for a moment and be rational, why shouldn't Kilmar Abrego Garcia be sent to Liberia or anywhere, wherever someone will take him? Why will we not say, I don't care, send him to Siberia. Send him to the Sudan, the Saharan desert. Send him to Antarctica. There's nothing that says that we have to send him over to England and put him up in a apartment, great big huge apartment, and spend money on that so he can live in London. There's no reason. We don't have to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. I don't think it is. But it is a thing that ABC is absolutely partisan about this. They're not giving you the news. They are influencing the way you think about this story. They are influencing your political preferences. They are putting you on a one-way track that only leads to vote Democrat. That's their subliminal messaging. That's what they're trying to do to you. You should vote Democrat. That's wrong. It was wrong to deport this criminal, and it's wrong to send him to Liberia. Why? Why is that wrong? They take it as a given. It is a fact because they said so, because they're ABC News. They've got 10,000 employees and they have hundreds of lawyers, so they get to say that. It's not true. It's not factual. That is an opinion. That is a political opinion. That is an interpretation they have made. That's not what the law says. I don't know. Maybe it's me. That's why you're not hearing this news story. That's why you haven't heard about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Because the majority of Americans agree with me. They agree with you. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a criminal. We have no obligation to him. We can send him to any country in the world if they will take him. And it's not a problem. And that's why the news media doesn't talk about him much anymore. That's why they're not arguing about him. And you're not seeing politicians, Democrat congressmen and women, they're not rushing on over saying, we've got to save Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We've got to make sure he doesn't go to anywhere. He's got to stay in the United States. You don't see them making that argument. Why? Because they already lost. And so that, there's some organizations like the ACLU and others that are trying to support Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but the Democrats walked away because they lost. Because the American people asked the same thing that I'm asking. Why are we responsible? Why do we have to reward this criminal? These criminals, the illegal aliens, why do we have to reward them? And the Democrats said, because we feel like it. And everyone said, that's not a reason. That's not even an excuse. That's nothing. And Democrats let it go because they lost. I can't wait for Kilmar Abrego Garcia to be sent to Sudan, to Liberia, to the Congo, to Antarctica, along with all the other illegal aliens. Like, take everyone who's in Florida in the alligator Alcatraz and send them to Antarctica. I don't care. They're not our people. They're not our responsibility. Take them all in a C-130, fly them to the Antarctic and say, make it home. Good luck. Maybe we'll give them, a couple of matches and some wood. Make a fire. Figure it out. Ask your country to come get you. Not our responsibility. I don't know, but maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But here's big news. Big news. Because now that Democrats have nothing, there's more global peace in the world because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has earned a Nobel Peace Prize, even though they won't give him one. Even though Obama, who got a Nobel Peace Prize before he did anything, he was bombing American citizens without any charges. These are civilians who were never charged with the crime. Obama didn't like them, took a drone and killed them at a wedding with a bunch of civilians, a bunch of Yemenis. And everyone says, well, Obama's a great man. He had no problems in his administration. Everything was perfect. Everything was fine. There were no problems, no complaints, besides the fact that he was bombing American citizens and killing an entire wedding procession. Oh, you didn't remember that because the news media doesn't like to talk about that. Yeah, Obama wasn't the perfect angel that he would like you to remember him as. He wants to rewrite history. But the history is very clear. Obama was no great man. He was not. People want to feel like he was a great man. They want to feel like he was some savior. He wasn't. But the big news story, because how can you say Orange Man bad if everything is going well? How do you make it all bad? How do you make people feel like Trump is the bad guy? We know that the government shutdown that's been happening now since the beginning of the month, well, that's because of Democrats. All the Republicans in the House, they voted to keep the government open. And they didn't inject a bunch of poison pills, a bunch of pork barrel perks into the continuing payment of the government, of keeping the government open. It was a clean resolution. Nothing was added except enough to keep the government open. That's all. Republicans didn't change anything. And they voted for it. We keep being told by Hakeem Jeffries, by Chuck Schumer, by the left, oh, well, Republicans closed down the government. How did they close the government? They voted to keep it open. The House passed the bill, went to the Senate. The Republicans in the Senate and John Fetterman voted for keeping the government open. Okay, Republicans have done their job. 12 times now. That is a fact. 12 times now in this month, the Senate, Republican senators have voted repeatedly. The most recent was 54 votes. That's all of the Republicans and a couple of, and John Fetterman, Democrat, voting to open the government. Democrats voted against. Democrats are keeping the government closed. Democrats are why SNAP benefits may have not gone out to the public. Poor people would have suffered. They would not be able to feed their families because Democrats voted no. There's no way to spin that. There is no other way to answer that. That is a fact. The most recent vote, 54 Republicans and John Fetterman voted to open the government so that poor people would be able to get their food stamps, that our military could get paid, that old people could get Social Security benefits. That's what the Republicans did. And the Democrats said, no, screw it. We have an agenda. That's what the Democrats said. Democrats said, you have to fund their pet ideas. They wanted to help illegal aliens. And they're saying, well, you're the bad guy. You're not going to help illegal aliens get health care. Not my obligation. That is not an obligation of any American citizen. You as an individual, if you volunteer to pay for the medical bills of any illegal alien, go right ahead. We're in America. It's your money. Do whatever you want with that. By the way, Democrats won't do that. Not one Democrat has donated any money to keeping the government open or to pay for illegal aliens' medical bills. Not one. And I'm talking about people who've got the money. Oprah's a billionaire. Bill Gates is a multi-billionaire. Mark Cuban's a multi-billionaire. Warren Buffett is a multi-billionaire. Hollywood. Look at all the various Hollywood stars. Multi-millionaires by the dozens. Combined. Put all of them together. And they have spent not even $1. Let me be clear about that. They have not volunteered $1 to pay for food stamps. They haven't paid $1 combined to pay for our military. They didn't spend $1 combined to pay for illegal aliens getting health care. They could. They haven't spent $1. The news media doesn't want you to think about that. They don't want you to talk about that. They don't want you to remember that these are multimillionaires from Congress, from Hollywood, throughout business, and some of them are multi-billionaires. They could afford this. They don't want to. They want you to pay for it. You have to pay for their ideas. You have to pay for their feelings. You have to pay for crimes they want to let happen. You have to suffer the consequences. They get to live cushy. They get to go out on the French Riviera and vacation. You get to stay at home and struggle. And if you lose your SNAP benefits, that's good for them. They're looking at it as, oh, there's a reason why you have to vote Democrat. Because they control the purse strings. They control what you can buy and what you can sell, what kind of food you get to eat. They control you. If you are getting government aid, you are under their control. You're a slave. That's the thing. You are a slave to the government, and the Democrats control all of the wheels that get all those payments out. You have to depend on them for everything. And that's how they want it. Now, someone's going to say, but Mike, you're exaggerating. It's not true. That's not accurate. Okay. Let's look at this. Donald Trump and the Republicans voted to keep the government open. They have negotiated to keep the government open, to do their job. And Donald Trump went even further. Donald Trump reached out along with his Republican supporters, and they went to a billionaire, just one, Timothy Mellon. And Timothy Mellon, one Republican, one conservative, one individual on the right, gave $130 million to pay our soldiers, to keep the government open, to pay for SNAP benefits. Now, is that enough? No, it's not. It's not enough. But he did something. He put his money behind his support. He said, I'm a Republican. I'm going to support Trump. I'm going to support the Congress. I'm going to support a clean resolution to open the government and get back to the job of government. Democrats said, oh my God, this is bribery. That's the answer from the left. This is bribery. This is illegal. There's a problem. No, there isn't. Anyone who is any American citizen at any moment, if they choose, can donate as much money as you want to the IRS. Back in, I think it was 2016, I donated $1. $1 to the IRS. That is more than Oprah, Bill Gates, Mark Cuban, Warren Buffett, and all of Hollywood combined. I donated $1 in 2016. And between 2016 and today, that is more than the Democrats have donated to the IRS for all of their plans. Under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, all of their programs combined, I donated more money voluntarily than all of them. They have dozens, each and every one of them have dozens of lawyers to keep their money from the IRS. They have access to money that I can't ever touch. And I had done more for the United States than they have ever tried. Why is it? People will say, oh, but Mike, you just don't get it. Fantastic. Why isn't Oprah donating, I don't know, $100 million to feed kids in Illinois? She could do it. She can make that statement. She can make that point. Bill Gates, he wants to own all the farms in America. Why doesn't he donate to the FDA? He could do it. A couple $100 million, not a big deal. He could do it for, you know what? Screw hundreds of millions. They could do it for $10 million. $10 million, all of them combined. They could spend $10 million and say, here's $10 million to spend on SNAP benefits just to make sure that moms with kids get fed. That's it. We're going to keep the government shut down, but we're going to make sure every mom with a kid has the ability to get their food stamps. They could say that. They could do that. They could donate that money to the IRS for that reason. They could do it. They don't, because they don't care. That's the honest answer. They don't care. Timothy Mellon cared. He cares about the military. He cares about food stamps. He spent $130 million of his own money because he cares. I can say that because he did it. Now, you can say, well, Republicans before him didn't do it. Some did. Some did. There have been members of Congress who donate part of their $173 $100,000 tax-free dollars, and they take some of their money and they have donated to the IRS. There are no Democrats that do that. None. There are no Democrats that have ever done it. There are 2 Republicans that have done it in the last 30 years. And you may say, well, that's not enough. It's more than what the Democrats are doing. It's more than what the DSA has done. The Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, is worth a couple of $1 million. When she wants you to pay for her student loans. It's not enough that she's now worth $1 million, maybe $2 million. Someone who was absolutely in debt. She was working as a bartender and she had, $100,000 in debt. She wants you to pay that debt, and she's now worth $1 or $2 million. So it's on you. She doesn't have to pay that off. That's interesting. Nancy Pelosi, a couple $100 million that she's worth, insider trading, allegedly. And I think that's very realistic. But a couple $100 million that she's worth, a couple $100 million that her husband is worth. You mean she can't scrape off $1 million just by herself? Half of Congress are multimillionaires. Half of Congress. Most of those are Democrats. Most of them have never worked anywhere except in government. They made millions off of just being elected officials, and they can't give back even a tenth of their net worth, not even 1% of their net worth. They can't give back $5 for the policies they say they believe because they want to help poor people. Then why wouldn't you donate? You want to help poor people. You've been in Congress for 3, 4, 5 decades. Decades. You've made money tax-free. Millions of dollars, and your net worth has increased exponentially. And you can't give $5 for the issues you believe in? Members of Congress, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Cory Booker. What, you guys can't do it? Duckworth? You guys can't give any money? Billionaire Timothy Mellon is the mystery donor. He didn't want to tell everyone who did it. Donald Trump didn't want to tell who did it. But the news media, oh no, Donald Trump said a billionaire. It's a bribe. How's it a bribe? I heard this throughout this weekend. It's a bribe. It's a bribe. How's it a bribe? Donald Trump doesn't get the money. The United States government, the IRS gets the money. This is going into our government, into the system. It never touches Donald Trump. It's not going to his bank account. Donald Trump doesn't get a salary. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's a bribe. How? How is it a bribe? Oh, then they go dead silent. They can't explain it because it's not real. It's not true. Doesn't make any sense. This is one man who said, I want to do something for my country. I stand by these policies, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. And he did. Because he could have instead spent $130 million on advertisements, saying that Republicans or Democrats are bad. Could have said, oh, see all the problems. He could have virtue signaled. That's what he could have done. That's what we see from Hollywood. That's what we hear from Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. This is what we're hearing from the left. This is what we hear from Bernie Sanders and AOC. They're virtue signaling hard. They've spent the entire month telling you how virtuous they are and did nothing for that virtue. You would think if they were that virtuous, they would have done something. Not just say words, not just blame Orange Man bad. You would think they would do something. They're so concerned and they're so worried about the poor people that they do nothing for the poor people. And for Democrats who are watching this, I got to ask you, is this really what you wanted? Is this what you accept is this acceptable to you? They promise you everything. They make lots of promises. They have a whole bunch of bluster as they sit on the stage and say, Orange Man bad, MAGA is bad, America First is bad, Donald Trump is Orange Man bad, it's all evil, you should feel like they feel. Don't you want to hold them accountable and say, great, look, the Republicans just spent $130 million. Private American citizen spent $130 million for what he believes. Guys, show him up. There are dozens. You mean to tell me you can't come up with the same amount of money? You can't even come up with $5? Clip that. Clip what I just said. Put that on the internet. Ask your friends, your Democrats. Matter of fact, let me 5, 4. I want you to clip this. I want you to send this out on the internet. Send it to your Democrat friends, your friends who are progressive or part of the DSA or Antifa. Send this to them. Put it on Blue Sky. Put it on TikTok, if they'll let it be seen. And I'm going to, ready? I just want you to clip this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If Democrats care so much about poor people and minorities, why can't Oprah, Bill Gates, Mark Cuban, why can't members of Hollywood like Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Tom Hanks, why can't that group of, 8 people get together and donate $5? Because they've never donated $1. Not one. How can you tell me they care when they won't be accountable? They're not accountable for what they have said they believe in. Why are you a Democrat? I know. I find it interesting. What is Joel said? Shut up. Quote, shut up, end quote. That was Nancy Pelosi. That was Nancy Pelosi being asked about the video Nancy Pelosi took in her limo leaving Washington, D.C., saying that she screwed up with the control of the National Guard because the National Guard in D.C. on January 6th was under the control not of Donald Trump. It was under the control of Nancy Pelosi. The Capitol Police are under the control, at the time, were under the control of Nancy Pelosi, not Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi allowed what happened on January 6th. That is a fact. And Nancy Pelosi admitted in her limo on January 6th that it was her fault, that she had responsibility, and that she failed. And that video was released. Yes, it was released 3.5 years later, but it was released to the public. We know this is a fact. And Nancy Pelosi, when asked about that, says, shut up, don't talk about it. I don't want to talk about that. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to talk about what she did, what she admitted. She wasn't under duress. It was her and her assistant, and she knew she was being recorded. She knew there was video. And she just wants you to forget. She wants you to ignore it. Because accountability doesn't mean discomfort for the political elites, for Democrats who are trying to maintain their power. They'll tell you all day, it was Donald Trump, it was MAGA, it was the federal government's under their control, white nationalism. We have evidence. It was Nancy Pelosi. We have Nancy Pelosi herself, no duress, saying it was her fault. We have all of Hollywood. We have all these millionaires and billionaires that are Democrats. Mark Ruffalo. Hey, Mark, I know you're so into the DSA, the socialism and all. Guess what? Take some of your wealth, the millions you have made playing the Hulk from Marvel. How about you donate that? How about you go and use it to help feed people? How about you use it to pay for the military that allows you to have a very comfortable life as an actor in America? Because you can't go anywhere else in the world and be an actor and make the money that you make in America. That's a fact. Show some appreciation, Mark Ruffalo. You can't go anywhere else in the world and be an actor and have the same privileges that you have in Hollywood. Maybe, Mark Ruffalo, you can take some of that money you've generated, maybe you give it to donate it to the IRS and allow that to be used to pay for the Marines that protect you when you're overseas, that make sure that when you get to whatever foreign location that you're going to be doing a film on, that they remember, oh yeah, those are Americans, but the Marines will come and get me if I get them. The Marines, the United States, will do something. This is a lesson that Brittany Griner had to learn. Remember Brittany Griner with the WNBA? One of the biggest stories for the WNBA in its history was the fact that Brittany Griner actively committed a crime, entered into Russia with drugs, and thought that she was above the law because she's a lesbian and she's in the WNBA and she's black. She was wrong. That did not protect her from breaking the laws of another country. She was arrested. She was thrown in jail. She was convicted because she was guilty, and she admitted that she was guilty of breaking the law in their country, bringing drugs into Russia. Whether you think it's a big deal or not, it is the law in Russia, and she was charged and correctly found guilty. And then she begged for the government to get her out. Donald Trump did. Excuse me, no, it was Joe Biden. Correction. Joe Biden did. She got arrested under Joe Biden, and Joe Biden got her out because she's a black lesbian WNBA player. She's an entertainer. And because she has an audience the size of a mid-level YouTuber, he got her out. Brittany Griner, how much money did you donate to the United States last year? Because you should have. Whether you agree with Donald Trump or not, you should be donating money. How much money did you donate, Brittany Griner, every year from the moment that Biden got you out of jail? Not to the Democratic Party, to the government. Because the Democratic Party didn't get you out of jail. Yes, Joe Biden is a Democrat. That didn't get her out of jail. The United States government got her out of jail. Show some appreciation. Donate. The country needs the help. People on SNAP, people in the military need the help. Give some of that wealth back. Say, thank you for getting me out of jail. Even though I was guilty, I committed a crime on purpose. Here's my appreciation. Here's $1 million. It's not enough, but it's something. Why won't you do that, Brittany Griner? Oh, because you're virtue signaling. Because I'm a Democrat. A Democrat, lesbian, black woman. Yay! I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just not getting it. Billionaire mega donor Timothy Mellon is the benefactor who gave $130 million to help the federal government pay military members during the shutdown. This has been found because of the New York Times. The New York Times would not let this man be anonymous. They had to point it out. What? Because he's obviously, well, he's white. So that means he's a white supremacist. That's why he's paying for the military. It has to be. I mean, the New York Times had to find out who this guy was. The Pentagon said Friday it had accepted the money to help ensure the military doesn't miss a paycheck during the government shutdown. Well, that's great appreciation. That's a good thing. Trump first revealed Thursday a friend provided the donation, but said the person wanted to remain anonymous. So he didn't virtue signal. He wasn't trying to grab some clout. He wasn't trying to get publicity for his business. Said, here's $130 million. Help the Marines. Help our military. Pay them. That's all he did. And of course, the left, oh, no, this is a bad thing. We've got to find out who this guy is. He doesn't want to be known. He didn't want to be virtue signaling. He was being accountable as a citizen, doing more than the entire Democratic National Committee and all of their members. Hey, George Clooney, how much money did you donate to SNAP? How much money did you donate to the IRS in the last 20 years? I'll put the last 20 years. Let's go since you were on ER in the 90s, when you became a famous actor, George Clooney. How much money did you give, not the DNC, a political party, a private organization with a political agenda? I don't care about that money. How much money did you give the IRS? Because you care about starving kids. And I know, to be fair, George Clooney did give money to help kids in the Sudan. Don Cheadle and Brad Pitt gave money to take care of kids in the Sudan when they were getting genocided. I know that Don Cheadle, he went down to Rwanda. He helped the poor people in Rwanda. I do not deny that. Absolutely. What about America? We have poor people who are dying in America. We have poor kids who are starving in America. Well, not starving. They're hungry in America. We have Americans who have mental issues, have life issues. What about them? What about our military that makes sure that no one invades, that go out and help nations all around the world? What about them? What about the SNAP people on SNAP? What about Social Security? Take all the money, out of all the money that you've received for being mega stars, internationally famous, Ocean's 11, Ocean's 11 2, and Ocean 11's 3, you guys made bank. How about you take 0.1% of your net worth, donate it to IRS? It's embarrassing that I have donated. I personally donated more money than George Clooney, Oprah, Bill Gates, Mark Cuban, Joy Reid, Whoopi Goldberg, all of you combined. I donated more money to the United States government when I donated $1 than all of them combined over the last 20 years. Forbes has reached out to Mellon for a comment. The New York Times reported Mellon and his representatives could not be reached for comment because he isn't virtue signaling. I know it's a shock for the left. Someone's doing something and they're not trying to get credit for it. They're not trying to virtue signal. They just did it. Okay. The Pentagon accepted the donation under its general gift acceptance authority. Do you hear that, Hollywood? And that's true for every department of the government. You can make a gift. You can donate money anytime you want. Though some lawmakers and experts have questioned the legality under the Anti-Deficiency Act, which prevents the federal government from spending money that hasn't been appointed by Congress. Well, that's why you can also donate it to the IRS, and the IRS can spread it around because that's money allocated by Congress. But really, are you trying to tell me, and I guarantee you, every single one of the lawmakers, every one of the experts being cited by the New York Times and any other left-leaning organization, I guarantee you that every single one of them is a leftist, Democrat, progressive, or member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Every single one of them that say you can't accept the money is on the left. There is no one on the right that's going to say, I'm voluntarily, an American citizen, voluntarily giving the money away. No one on the right no one in the center, there is not one independent American who's going to say, don't take the money. There isn't a single American who's going to say, well, I have a problem. Somebody's helping to pay to protect America. How dare you do that? Not one actual American blue-collar citizen is going to say, no, that's a bad idea. Not one. I'll even go so far as to say illegal aliens living in America would not be upset that Timothy Mellon gave $130 million to the United States military because it makes them safe in America. I don't know. This pisses me off. This pisses me off. They had to make him public, and then they're upset that he actually did it because they didn't do it first, because they didn't do it for their pet projects. They have had decades. They have the people, and they don't care. You know what they do care about? You know what the left is freaking out about? Right here. The White House is renovating. Donald Trump is building a $350 million ballroom. $350 million ballroom. That is voluntary. That isn't coming out of any taxpayer's pocket. That's not money that has been allocated by Congress. That is rich people who donate it because the United States government needs a ballroom. We need a bigger, better ballroom. This is something purely for the government. When Trump is out of office, the ballroom's still going to be there. Whether it's J.D. Vance or Kamala Harris or Buttigieg or anyone else, they're going to use that ballroom for the next 100 years. And so that's going to happen. And the left, because they have nothing, because they are morally bankrupt, because they are not accountable, because they only know how to virtue signal, they're pissed off. Truman demolished the White House and rebuilt it. Obama tore down the East Wing and built a basketball court. They didn't care. I believe it was Carter put in a bowling alley, had to tear down part of the East Wing to build a bowling alley. No one complained. Presidents have added and taken away various things, had multiple reconstructions and construction over and over again, changing the White House. Nobody cared. This is money that comes out of no one's pocket. No American citizen that didn't volunteer for it. And the Democrats are losing their mind. They are pissed off because Timothy Mellon gave $130 million to pay for our military because he's accountable. Because a bunch of private businessmen and women, billionaires, decided to give $350 million to build a ballroom for the United States government, for the government, for the people. And I've heard, I don't know how many of these Democrats that have said, and these progressives that have said, it's the people. It was Chelsea Clinton. Chelsea Clinton's like, it's the people's house. And the people's house got an upgrade. The people's house got an addition. And Chelsea Clinton is like, I was growing up when I was 12 in the White House. You want to see the tweet? She has the tweet. Where do I have it? I have to have the tweet. I know I do. I will show you this because I responded to her because it's stupid. It is ultimately stupid. Where is it? Where does she say this? Bingo, here it is. Let me show you what Chelsea Clinton had to say. Here it is. Chelsea Clinton, quote, "The White House became my home when I was 12 years old. I always understood that it wasn't my house, it was the people's house." As she is complaining about renovations to improve and expand the people's house. I don't get it. Chelsea, why is this a bad thing? How is this a bad thing? The driveway and the awning, if you want to be specific, the driveway and the awning on the east wing has been destroyed to put in a ballroom. Okay. Why is this a bad thing? Why? This is not new. It's not, the White House hasn't been destroyed. They keep saying like the White House has been firebombed. It's been just left in rubble. It's not true. What's the problem? What exactly is the problem? The left will not tell you that. They got all kinds of feelings about it, but they can't tell you why this is bad for the American people. They can't tell you how this is a problem for our government. But they'll tell you, Orange Man bad. He's destroying the White House by building it better. I don't, how? It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't, folks. I mean, I am frustrated by this. I am ultimately and incredibly frustrated by this. Okay. You may have heard my sister just let me know my dog needs me. He needs to be walked again. We're not going to be gone long. Okay. About 20 minutes. It's 6:30. I'll come back at 7. At 7 o'clock, I'll be back and I'll finish up. We don't have a lot more to go. Hey, Forest Mommy. You can't, I love it. Forest Mommy says, you can't reason with these people. It's so frustrating. She is correct. She is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue with this video again from 2022 about this gentleman. And again, this is showing us about the virtue signaling of the left. In 2022, we could see it. It's the same mentality that shows up when we're talking about paying for the military, $130 million as a gift to the United States, building a ballroom worth $350 million as a gift for the American people. And the left think they are better than you. This kid thinks he's better than you. All right. I will be back at 7 o'clock. Let me keep playing this for you guys. Or in his life. This is the ideology of the progressive socialists that progressive socialists are putting out to the public and to our youth who will become the future leaders of our nation. Racism. Let's continue.
But what I did not expect was the lack of response to the hateful statement that resounded in my ears. No one batted an eye or turned their head except for us.
Again, he's assuming that people heard this statement, that, well, he's trying to make us believe initially that this statement and this situation actually happened, even though no one else has reported that, no one else has made that claim. He's making that claim, so he wants us to believe him, and he wants us to believe that in that event, under circumstances that we don't have clearly, we don't know if someone was standing right in front of him, if they were standing 50 feet away from him, was it shouted, was it said, was it whispered? How was this said? Did anyone else hear it? Where were they when that happened? We don't know. We only have the emotion, not even the substance or the situation, not even an attempt to provide a situation. All we have is an emotion to go off of, which is his racism, his preference of brown and black skin versus someone else who, again, he hasn't stated anything other than a supposition that they may be light-skinned, they may be white, they may be Jewish. We don't know. They're other. And this is the argument that he is making right now, which is not truly an argument. This is an emotional culling. This is an emotional call to action based on racism. Let's continue.
Lack of care by the people who surrounded me, most of whom share the same views as Ben Shapiro.
How would he know? How can you say that the people shared his views? He didn't share the views of Ben Shapiro, and he was at the event. How did he know that there weren't others who disagree? And in looking at events where Ben Shapiro is spoken at on a regular basis, There are many members of the news media who don't agree with Ben Shapiro, and yet they are there to cover the event. There are many people on social media who go to these events not because they share the points of view of Ben Shapiro, but to attack them. We have many students and other individuals who go to events of Ben Shapiro to protest and to be able to speak and to challenge Ben Shapiro. Is he assuming that everyone that was at the event except him and his one associate were there in support of Ben Shapiro and no one else was there to argue against him? Is that the argument that he's making? Is that the supposition that he wants us to believe that factually is not correct? Again, his argument is failing, but it is an emotional plea. It's not meant to make sense. It is not meant to be logical. You aren't meant to think about what he is saying. You are meant to feel. And you are meant to feel in alignment with him so that he gains greater support, not any thought. You're meant to react emotionally without the benefit of any logical consideration. That's what he's pushing for here. Let's continue.
Stirred a fire within me. And that's when I made my decision. I posted to my Snapchat story and I said that I was going to heckle him.
So he's, because of an individual who has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro, because it wasn't Ben Shapiro, nor did Ben Shapiro in his appearance at North Carolina or any other event that can be documented anywhere in the history that Ben Shapiro has been a public figure, and even before then, is there any call for racism? Does not exist. So he's now made a decision based on his own emotional feelings that he wants us to join in on, that he has now been justified to heckle. He's not there to object. He's not there to put in a critique. It's not because he's heard something that Ben Shapiro has said that he believes is factually incorrect. No, he has made a decision and he says that he has put that out to the public to now go and heckle. He's going to attack. He is going to try and personally, or he's going to try and emotionally disrupt this event because he has found an offense that has nothing to do with the subject matter. It has nothing to do with the presenter. It has nothing to do with anything except his emotions based on an interaction that we have no way of being able to confirm. And he wants us to support that. We shouldn't, but that's what he wants. Let's see what else happens.
And when they asked audience members to go down for questions, I went down there with that in mind. On my way up there, I asked myself, well, what does Ben Shapiro do? You know, he uses his influence as a political commentator.
So let's be sure of what he's just said. Ben Shapiro, based on not what he said at North Carolina, he's saying that he hasn't listened to the speech of Ben Shapiro. At least that's what it appears he's saying. He's thinking about past actions and past events of Ben Shapiro. He's not talking about what was being said at the University of North Carolina, not the subject at hand, the discussion at hand. He's looking for something else. He is looking for something to attack. He is looking for a way to try and take away the substance of Ben Shapiro, of the authority of Ben Shapiro, and the substance of any of his discussions. He's not looking at what actually factually was said and actually what may or may not be a weak discussion made by, or argument made by Ben Shapiro that day. That's what he is telling us. He isn't there to, and he isn't going up to ask a question because he disagrees with what Ben Shapiro said that day. He's just looking to disrupt and to cause people's emotions to be riled up as his then now are, or at that time were, so that he could emotionally sway individuals to support his own personal ideology. And we're going to hear about why in just a moment.
And touts his credentials from his Harvard law degree to give himself the credibility to speak on issues that he's not qualified to speak about.
Except he also cites information that he has studied, that he has read. He uses sources beyond what his actual authority is, which is a lawyer and a individual who studies politics. No, Ben Shapiro uses citations and information that is available to everyone that he has investigated, and he makes his argument based on that, because no one individual is an expert at everything. But there are many ways. We don't need to be experts at everything. That's why we have reading comprehension. That's why studies and reports are made. That's why articles and commentaries exist to help us to absorb more information than what we have by ourselves. That's something that I learned in college. That's something I learned before I got to college. And it seems it's something that Quentin is completely discounting. Let's go on.
So I did the exact same thing. And for those of you on the internet saying that there's no way that I possibly won this prestigious award, I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong.
I don't know who's made that argument that he didn't win the prestigious award. I haven't seen evidence of someone saying that. Now, again, he may or may, I'm not disputing it. This isn't a claim he has made, but his claim does have some question based on the fact that he started his entire conversation and during his conversation, assuming an authority that he does not have. So in saying that he has an authority, claiming an authority he does not have, then brings to question everything else that he cites. And in addition, in his discussion with Ben Shapiro, in misquoting facts, in misquoting Ben Shapiro and the argument that's being made, because of the multiple fallacies and logical inaccuracies that he has made in his argument, yes, every aspect of what he has said is in question and should be questioned. Because he did this to himself. He destroyed his own character and he invited questions about his credibility and his credentials because of the manner in which he has argued and the fallacies that he made that were highlighted by his own conversation. So if Quentin's upset because people are doubting him, it's only because of what he himself said. Let's go on.
You know, it's true. I was awarded the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
Congratulations. I'm glad that you've gotten that award. I'm not even going to bother and check it. I'm going to assume that you are correct on that. That does not imply that you, Quentin, are any better or worse at anything else. It doesn't mean that you are successful or that you've made a successful argument. And it definitely highlights that there has been a failure in the lessons you've learned about logic and the lessons you have learned about being able to provide proof and making a logical conclusion on the things that you wish to discuss. You have failed. Your teachers may have failed you, and that's sad, but you have failed yourself. Let's go on.
And I'm a double major in mathematics and physics.
Which means you are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist. You're a student. You're learning. You hope to one day become a mathematician and or physicist. You hope that these double majors will result in you gaining degrees, but you don't have authority. You are not what you have claimed to be. And you've said this now multiple times, that you are not an authority. So therefore, your credibility again takes a hit. Let's go forward.
This is what Black excellence looks like.
No, it doesn't. Black excellence is not the assumption of authority that you do not have, that you yourself refute. Black excellence is not using emotional arguments to try and claim a political victory in a debate. Having faulty sources and having faulty conclusions is not excellence. Using emotion and race to try and manipulate the audience that you are speaking to is not excellence. In fact, nothing that you are presenting or have presented is an example of excellence. Not for progressives, not for socialists, not for intersectionality or anything else. No group that you are trying to claim an association with, no group that you represent or claim to represent, no one is being given an example of excellence in the manner and in the way that you have presented yourself and the arguments that you have made. You don't understand excellence. I can understand why you are not an English major, nor are you a philosophy major, because you don't understand the words that you are using. Let's continue.
Sadly, I do have to agree with one point that Ben made about me. He's right. I'm not a biologist. And that's the point. Neither is he.
That isn't the point. Ben Shapiro has never assumed, nor has he stated that he was a biologist. If he had, then it would be correct to call him out for that. But he has never made that assumption. He has stated and he has provided evidence of where his citations are from. He is saying that he is educated on a subject, that he has learned about the subject from those who are experts, and he cites the sources that have provided him the knowledge that he has. You are full and absolutely able to question his sources. You are absolutely allowed to question the validity of the studies or the sources that he is using. That's perfectly fine. That is a debate. That is how we advance our knowledge, by questioning the things that we have available to us as evidence for the arguments that we are making. That's fine. But you are, again, using a slippery slope. You are assuming that since Ben Shapiro is talking about a subject that does, to an extent, cover biology, but also entails several other scientific disciplines, but you're assuming that Ben Shapiro, because he uses a subject and some sourcing, is therefore assuming the credential of being a biologist. He has never done so. That's your assumption. You are putting that on him. It is a straw man. It is a false argument. You yourself have made the assumption of authority, that you have placed authority on yourself that does not exist. And again, you're not a biologist. You're also not a mathematician. You're not a physicist. You aren't even someone who has finished his education. You are a student. So let's get things on the playing field the way they are actually exist, and not the emotion manipulation that you are attempting to achieve. Let's continue.
So in reality, the people in that audience should be listening to neither of us, regardless of our personal accolades or achievements.
That's incorrect, because people should listen to someone that is providing them information and is providing them the sources of that information. Now, should people have some doubt? Absolutely. Should they go and verify for themselves? Absolutely. Should they, as individuals, be able to and be encouraged to learn more for themselves based on a presentation that is made? Absolutely. But to say that no one should ignore, then why should we listen to anyone who speaks about any subject ever? There is such a big fallacy here in the presentation of what is being put forth. It is illogical. And truly, Quentin, you should know better. Let's go on.
And should actually listen to the biologists and psychologists doing the real research in these areas. And the research comes to an undeniable consensus that being transgender.
That's not true. That is not true. In addition to the fact, besides the fact that there is not an undeniable consensus, consensus does not equate to validity or fact. It doesn't mean that it is an absolute truth. We're talking about the sciences. Science is always a quest for a question, and as we gain more information, we ask new questions. There is no there is no resolved science. There is no absolute definitive answer in science. That is a fact. It is a quest for questions, and as we get answers, we ask more questions. That is a fact. That is the basis of science. But you're presuming that that's not the case, that because there is a consensus of thought, well, then that must be the answer. Well, there was a consensus of thought throughout human history that the world was flat, that if you went too far, you'd fall off the edge. There was a consensus on that. There was a consensus that the earth was the center of the universe. There was a consensus for hundreds of years on that, and it was incorrect. There was a consensus at one point in time amongst many different tribes that trees were gods, that the sun was a god. There are many consensuses that have existed in societies small and large that are incorrect. To say that there is a consensus, especially in dealing with science, does not convey truth or fact. It just means that at this moment, some people agree for some reason, which may or may not be valid. Again, you're trying to use authority to support your point of view, your emotional conclusion that is not supported by facts or evidence. Let's continue.
Gender is not a pathology. It is not a disease. It is literally just a different way of being a human being. So, again, I'm going to be very clear. I'm not sorry about what I said to Ben Shapiro.
But you should be. You should be, because you've made personal attacks and you've used false logic and you used faulty evidence. You should be sorry. You should be sorry, if not to Ben Shapiro, then to yourself and to those who are listening to you for misrepresenting the information that you have presented, that you have been flawed in your logic. You should be sorry for your teachers at the very least, and your peers and your colleagues, because you have done a poor job of presenting yourself and what they have taught you. But let's go on.
However, I do want to apologize for the sexist language that I used.
The sexist language? The language? Not the sentiment behind it, not the personal attack. You want to be upset about the language that was used, but not the mindset that was behind the language and the reason why you decided to devolve into personal attacks. And that's something that you're not sorry for as well with Ben Shapiro, that you personally attacked him in a discussion that should have been above and separate of that. I'm really looking at you, Quentin, and saying you're doing a very poor job of acquitting yourself and the things that you have been taught and the groups that you claim to represent. It's really sad. Let's go on.
Back in 2020, Ben Shapiro spoke on his podcast about the song WAP by Cardi B, where he was rightfully mocked by the internet for awkwardly rapping her verses.
So Ben Shapiro, in a mocking tone and in something that was not serious, he's not a performer. He's not an entertainer. And he got roundly criticized for his attempts at entertainment. Fair enough. What does that have to do with the conversation in North Carolina? What does that have to do with the subject matter that he was addressing? Again, you're distracting us from the substance of what you said and what Ben Shapiro was speaking about. You're trying to, again, capture an emotional response to gain supporters for something that has nothing to do with what's being discussed at this time. You're trying to find a justification in emotion, and you're trying to bring people into you to support you because of an emotion about something in the past that has no relevance to what's happening and what happened in the University of North Carolina.
Then he took to Twitter and said, also, as I discussed in the show, my only real concern is that the women involved, who apparently require a bucket and a mop, get the medical care that they require. My doctor wife's differential diagnosis, bacterial vaginosis, yeast infection, or trichomoniasis.
Interesting. Did you notice also when Ben Shapiro had spoken about that and mentioned that there was sarcasm and satire in that whole conversation? Is that not relevant? Did you miss that? And even if he was being absolutely 110% serious, okay, that's his opinion. Even though it was satire, let's assume that it was serious. Let's assume that it was absolutely fact, that he was making a factual argument, which is not supported by the reality. So, again, what does that have to do with the University of North Carolina and his discussion at the University of North Carolina? You're trying to justify a personal attack that you made, which was also very vulgar in the way you made it, and you're trying to justify your actions with something that happened in 2020. Perhaps in 2020, within days or months of Ben Shapiro making that statement, perhaps it would have been relevant then. This is 2022. It isn't relevant in today, and it isn't relevant to the discussion you are having, nor does it justify a personal attack. You're missing here. You've gained nothing, and your attempt to emotionally sway individuals is failing. Let's go on.
And what that basically means is that he's equivocating the physical attributes of female sexual arousal with disease.
Maybe you can make that argument, but that's not necessarily what he's equivocating. That's how you're understanding what he said. Again, taking out of context whether or not it was satire. But let's go on.
Again, Twitter rightfully dragged him for this, for being so painfully unaware of the biology of cisgender women. This then begs the question, are we really going to trust someone like that to even attempt to try to tell us about the biology of transness?
Why not? Again, different subjects completely. They have nothing to do with each other. One is a statement about entertainment. Another is talking about statements of fact, of science and documentation and studies. It is a discussion about biology. It has nothing to do with entertainment and the context or the statement of something done in entertainment and said with satire. They're different subjects. They have nothing to do with each other. We're human beings. We can talk about more than one subject for the entirety of our lives. You're taking something in 2020 out of context to try and justify an action you took in 2022. You're not supporting your own argument. Let's go on.
When I got up there, I brought up the content of that tweet because I knew it would hit him where it hurt.
So there's the truth. Now we know why you did it. Everything else you just said is absolutely immaterial and useless. You did it to hurt him. You did it for a personal attack. It's not because you were trying to make commentary on what he said in Twitter. It's not because you're trying to support black women. It's not because you're talking about cisgender women. No, what you're doing is a personal attack. You did this to try and hurt him because you lost in an argument and that the information you were trying to use to support your argument failed. You devolved your conversation to a personal attack and you sought to cause harm. Something you had decided before you went up to speak when you made the decision, as you yourself said, to heckle. You were looking to cause harm, emotional harm, and you want us to support you in your attempt to cause personal harm because you're black and now you're bringing up gender. Sorry, it doesn't work. You failed. That is not justifiable, and you look even worse now that you have admitted the truth that you were seeking to harm others because you didn't like what others had to say. That isn't the proper response to a First Amendment action, that someone says something you don't like. Causing harm just because you don't like something is not justified. Let's continue.
And cause his past experience on Twitter to resurface. Why, you ask? Well, I again must be clear. Ben Shapiro and I don't have a difference of opinion.
You do. It's been very clearly displayed. You do have a difference of opinion.
The hateful and transphobic rhetoric that Ben Shapiro spews has the ability to do real and tangible harm to people in the transgender community.
Show the tangible harm. You've now made an accusation. You're making a supposition of fact. You're saying that there was a tangible, real harm. Documented. What is the harm? Please show your evidence for what you have just said. You said it was real, it is tangible, therefore it is documented, it is quantifiable. Provide your evidence of that. You've made an allegation without any substance, and at no point do you actually support that with any evidence whatsoever. This is your feeling, and you are conflating your feelings with facts. This is what you have been taught by the University of North Carolina. This is what is being taught to students around this nation, to conflate feelings with fact and to react to feelings and words with violence and acts of malicious intent. That is a failure. And my God, if that is what they are teaching at the University of North Carolina, as it appears, and if that is what you have been taught in your earlier education, we need to redo our education system because this is deplorable. This is objectionable. This is vicious and horrendous. But let's continue to hear what Quentin has to say for himself.
Because he has the platform to reach the people who write the policies and laws that might end up restricting the rights of trans people.
But Ben Shapiro isn't a politician. He's a citizen of the United States. He has a voice like many, many other people, just like you have a voice right now. You have a voice when you challenge Ben Shapiro. You have a voice right now because you're getting attention. So you have the ability to change laws as much as Ben Shapiro has, except your argument and the means of your argument fail. You have not supported your point of view, nor have you done justice to those who have similar views to yourself. So while Ben Shapiro has successfully been able to support his viewpoints for years, you have not. Which one should we actually evaluate and say has more credibility? Which one should have more influence? Something that is substantiated with fact, whether or not we agree with it, or someone's feeling that has no basis in fact and has no substantiation. And in fact, when we look at it, the only evidence, as provided by yourself, Quentin, is that it was meant in malicious intent. Should we pass laws because of someone's malicious intent? You seem to argue against that, and yet that's all you offer. Let's go on.
As a black person and a queer person, I had to call on the experience of the people who questioned injustice and fought for change before me.
What does that have to, wait a minute, you're a black person and a queer person. Fantastic. That's you. I'm a black Hispanic and I'm heterosexual. Why does your classification, the categories, the check boxes that you want to mark off and that you want to highlight, how does that put you any better in a hierarchy than anyone else? I'm 54 years of age. You're not. I have more life experiences than you have, just by the fact that I've been alive for some 30 odd years longer than you have. I've experienced many things. Does that mean that I inherently, just by existence, am more valuable and more credible than you are? Because if that is the case, also Ben Shapiro is older than you, has had more experiences than you, has had to justify his positions longer than you have. Shouldn't that make him more valuable? Why are you assuming that because you are black and queer, something that you have self-identified, that you have presented yourself, that has no basis in the discussion that you have presented, your blackness does not change whether or not Ben Shapiro was correct in the evidence that he provided and that he spoke about. It has nothing to do with the failure of your failure, Quentin, to cite sources and to provide a valid argument against Ben Shapiro. Your blackness does not justify the personal attack that you decided you wanted to make and the injury and the malicious intent that you had. Being black has nothing to do with that. Please don't mention that again. Your queerness has nothing to do with anything that I've just mentioned. It is not a justification. It is not a substantiation. Please don't mention it again. It is an insult to black people, to queer people, to equate your failed logic and your malicious intent along with other groups of individuals merely because you share the same checkbox as them, a checkbox that is only really valid to intersectionalists, to critical race theorists, to those who believe in the progressive social ideology where they value individuals, they value human beings as checkboxes and not individuals. So please don't use that. That is insulting, and I do take offense to that. And according to your logic, that would allow me to personally attack you, except I choose not to do that. I am critiquing you on what you have said and its value and the false logic and premises you have been taught to be able to parrot out. Let's go on.
The majority black and brown queer people at Stonewall didn't lay down and just take the abuse of their oppressors. Neither did the organizers and allies at the March on Washington.
How do you know? You weren't at the March on Washington. How do you know what the majority of people thought? Again, you're making suppositions. You're using these things to try and raise your authority and to justify your actions, which is not possible. It's a fallacy. It is incorrect. You're trying to use emotions and you're trying to assume the identities and the Hello. All right. Let's do this. Hello, everybody. Okay. Oops. We are back. All right. Thank you for your patience. And if you do want to see the end of that, please do look up the video. I would appreciate it. Please include a like or a share or leave a comment. Maybe most of all, why don't you just subscribe? It would really help. It really helps this channel so much, just subscribing. We want to get to between 5 and 10,000 subscribers so that I will be able to reach out and to get in touch with people like Zoran Mandami and Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa and get them onto this program so we can ask some of the questions you have to them live and get answers about how they want to be accountable to you for your vote. I think that's something we miss these days in our politics and really needs to be done. Now, Forrest Mommy, you were not wrong that you just can't reason with some of these individuals, these people who are so obsessed with virtue signaling. We left off in the last half talking about how we're going to see, we've seen so many of them. They're so focused on immaterial things, the virtue signal. The White House is being destroyed when it's being upgraded. The fact that there are so many people who are unwilling to support our government, but yet they're more than willing to ask you to look at them as some kind of hero, as some kind of virtuous savior for complaining about a government they don't believe in, that they don't support, issues that they know will get them votes, but nothing that they want to do anything about. They don't come to provide resolution. They come to provide more conflict. And that conflict has resulted in more and more problems for everyone. It hasn't resulted in fixing the problems, just continuing the problems forever. Like racism. We had mostly fixed the big issues in racism from the 1990s. In about the span of about 25 years, we went from the civil rights movement to the 1990s with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air on TV, with the Cosbys on TV, dominating the airwaves. At one point, Bill Cosby was almost able to buy NBC. This is after Desi Arnaz did, in fact, buy CBS. So we have made the changes, and then they brought back in 2008, after having about 10, 15 years of the resolution, the end, we actually did get into a post-racial America. In 2008, the Democrats brought back racism. And then we had to deal with things like the Beer Summit. And we had to deal with the Antifa and BLM. They brought it back. And by 2016, we had things like the No White People 2016 in Binghamton University, teaching courses and indoctrinating students into various forms of critical race theory application in real life, saying that white people are evil because they're born white, and black people and minorities are victims because they're born with a suntan. And this is inescapable. And that moved forward to bring us DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, an ever expanding, ever fracturing breakdown of society where there's always another special interest group that has to be raised up above everyone else because they're different and they're special and they're a snowflake, and every snowflake is precious. And in that process, we lost the fundamental thing that is important: accountability, of doing something and standing by what you say, not just virtue signaling, saying that's so bad, it's so terrible, but actually having solutions. Yes, it's bad, it's terrible, fantastic. And what's your solution? What's your answer to the problem? Oh, they don't have one. Dal joined us. Hello, Dal. And he says, virtual signaling and spewing talking points as if they are empirical fact are foundations of credibility from which they may project their smugness. Well, that is what we see very often from the left. They're, oh, I'm so virtuous. This is my feeling, and my feeling is the same thing as a fact. No, it's not. Not even close. The White House is being destroyed. No, it's not. Oh my God, Trump may name the ballroom after himself, or he may name it after Charlie Kirk. And what does it matter? You can change the name. That doesn't make it any better or worse. It's more importantly, it's $350 million donated for the benefit of the American people. That's it. It's $130 million donated to take care of our military, because Democrats are so busy virtue signaling of promising ever more at the price. Ultimately, the price isn't the money that we spend. It's the dependence on a government that micromanages your life. That's what the real cost of what Democrats are asking for, not the $1.5 billion, $1.5 trillion they want for illegal aliens to be able to get medical health care. That's not really the cost. The cost is you are now a slave to the government to be able to survive, because they're adding $1.5 billion. That's inflation. That's money that makes the poor even more poor. That makes the middle class poor. And the government promises they're going to bail you out. Watch my words. You will see within the next 4 years, there is going to be another massive request by the intelligentsia at Harvard, at Columbia, all of their students that graduate from there. They're going to say, well, we need a UBI. We need a universal basic income. Just like we need a 30, and it will soon be a 50 and possibly a 100. There are advocates in the progressive movement right now that say there should be a $100 basic minimum income. They already exist. The answer is out there. We've heard 30. Mondami's offering 30. Cuomo was offering 25. Gavin Newsom actually provided 20. And what did we see with that? Even more people being fired, even more poverty, even more people losing money than at $15. And the answer is, well, just print more money. Make the money more like monopoly money. Make it useless. Because they don't care about the money, they care about dependency. You have to be dependent. And since Democrats are the ones that are giving you the money, and Democrats are also the ones that are making you poor faster than Republicans, I'm not going to forgive Republicans. They spend money too. But we see Democrats spending the money faster and making poverty increase even more. And because of that, you are dependent on them. You are dependent on government. You are a slave, an economic slave, a mental slave, but slavery all the same. Let's see, Dow goes on to say, the left gets away with emotional and linguistic manipulation. I just call it emotional manipulation, but yes, because media promotes and distributes it. Well, the media is part of the left. We know this. Newsrooms are 80, 90% all leftists. They're all graduating from the same colleges, whether it be Harvard or Columbia, whether it be Stanford or Binghamton University. They're all going to and being indoctrinated in the same small academic circle that says that things like critical race theory, that white people are evil by birth and minorities are victims by birth. And you can never change that unless government does it for you, because you're subhuman. That's the part they leave out. Just like Obama left out, what is he transforming America into? He made the whole big deal. No one in the news media, I was asking constantly, you can go back, you can look at the video. I was saying this consistently. I was saying it on TV One when I was the only Republican, black Republican commentator talking about the 2008 election. And I constantly reminded people over and over again, what is he transforming America into? It is an incomplete sentence. Yeah, then we found out after the fact, he was trying to make it more socialist. It goes on. We have had generations of, quote, educated, unquote, indoctrinated to capitulate to authority bias. Yes, because if your bias is, they said so, therefore you must obey, that's slavery. The indoctrination we see right now, that's why there are safe spaces in colleges that exclude everyone except a specific type of black person. Even light-skinned black people are excluded in some of these college safe spaces. Absolutely, white people. It's racist. It is segregation by choice. They have convinced people that they should choose to segregate, something that we fought about in the 50s and 60s. Remember, we fought to integrate the schools because segregation isn't equal. And now we have segregation as more than equal. It is greater than equal. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. But it is the reality we are living in. All right, let me see. Where did we leave off? Really? I didn't. God, I've only gotten halfway through some of my stuff. I'm way behind today, way behind. I'm not going to go that much longer, but I do want to cover some of these things. And it's this mentality that we are seeing out there, this mentality of being dependent. And we're seeing, as you saw with Quentin, virtue signaling. I feel like I did something. I feel good about what I did. So I am great. Applaud me. Give me accolades. That's what you saw in the video in between. That was Quentin talking about Ben Shapiro and how he was so massively superior. But yet, if you analyze, if you actually pay attention to what he said, he was inferior. Not because he's black, not because Ben Shapiro is white, but because of what he said, because he's indoctrinated and he's virtue signaling and Ben Shapiro wasn't. And that's why we get moments and events like we saw in California just a couple of days ago. And it wasn't major news because, again, the news was all about Zohran Mamdani. Everything's about the New York City race. Well, what about the fact that yet again, virtually every single week since Charlie Kirk was killed and assassinated, we have seen over and over again an escalation in the amount of violence by the left against law and lawful enforcement. In this case, in California, and now this is from The Guardian, and there is video of this event. What happened? ICE agents, lawful law enforcement officers, were stationing themselves in San Francisco, preparing so that they can go out and do what the law requires them to do, which is enforce immigration, to mass deport people illegally in America, criminals who are in America, and to deport them as Donald Trump was elected to do, as the majority of America has requested to be done, to enforce the existing law that Democrats wrote and Democrats voted for. But they never expected anyone to actually enforce it because that creates a solution to the problem. And they want the problem. The problem helps them get elected. It gives them power to eternally have the problem of immigration rather than to resolve the problem of immigration. And what we see? A bunch of leftists, Antifa most likely, but leftists all the same, came out and they were protesting. Think about it. What are they protesting? Enforcing the law. What are they protesting? Rewarding criminals. That's what they're protesting. That is every single immigration protest in America over the last 20 years. Reward the criminals. How dare you not allow us to break the law? To create a 2 or 3 or 15-tier justice system. How dare you not allow that to happen? How dare you not take money from law-abiding American citizens, some of whom are struggling to make it through the day? How dare you not take their money and redistribute it to illegal aliens who are criminals and give them all that wealth just because they exist? Well, American citizens exist. American citizens who are poor exist. Why must we take care of these people who are not our responsibility? But they don't care about that because they felt like they were entitled. And they felt like the law and the law enforcement, well, they're the bad guys because they're not doing what the left feels. And that's why we saw that one of the individuals got in a U-Haul and rapidly reversed it. He had it in reverse. It was going about 20, 30 miles an hour, trying to run over the ICE agents, law enforcement, police. He was trying to run them over. He was trying to murder someone. And he was doing it backwards so that when officers tried to shoot him because he was using lethal force, it's called vehicular manslaughter. It is murdering someone with a car on purpose. And he knew that they would respond. And they would respond with guns. They would defend their lives because they were in danger of dying. And so he backed up. So they had to shoot through the truck to be able to shoot the driver, to try and stop him. And he attempted to try and run over a couple of officers. He failed and then drove off, getting shot, but not deadly. And what do we see from The Guardian? Officers in California fire on a truck, they say backed into the Coast Guard base. There's video. This isn't a he said, she said. There's video. We have evidence. It's on Twitter right now. We know for a fact it did happen. It's not an if. But this is the leftist media trying to justify their feelings. They're introducing a question that isn't a question. They're trying to change a fact into a suggestion because it doesn't fit their feelings, because they want to justify what the leftists were doing. They want to justify the violence. They want to justify the reward for someone being a criminal because it makes them feel good, because they're virtue signaling. It's ridiculous. Just from the top. And they go on to say, incident occurred after ICE agents arrived at Alameda Base, and they were met by hundreds of protesters. Hundreds of people were so convinced by their feelings and the virtue signaling of their leadership that they went out to break the law, to allow people breaking the law to get rewarded. And that led to someone trying to kill the officers in the ultimate expression of rewarding criminality. It's even more, not just more criminality, but lethality. That's special. That's a problem, folks. It's taking Quentin from North Carolina, putting him in a car in California and saying, here's the keys. Do something. Virtue signal. You'll get a bunch of views on the internet. You'll be viral. It's insane. It's insane. And we should be talking about this. This is a story we should have been talking about massively across this country. It's a dead story. They killed this story. They don't want to have this conversation with you because they can't justify what happened. They have to make it seem like a question so that they can say, no, you just don't understand. Mike is a Republican. You can't believe him. Oh, there's video? You can't believe your eyes. It's got to be AI. It's not true. Those law enforcement just shot at those innocent protesters who were being violent, who were being lethal. This is crazy, folks. This is crazy. And by the way, it's not just me talking about this. I know it's not. I mean, you see this from many other places. Even Tim Pool. Tim Pool's talking about it. Now, yes, he used a source, which was Fox News. Why? Because as we just saw, The Guardian isn't telling the truth. The Guardian is lying to you. They're lying to the people in the United Kingdom. They're lying to the people in the European Union. They're lying to everyone who watches and reads the Guardian. They lied. And Fox News told the truth. Whether you like that truth or not, whether you like Fox News or not, it's the truth. But I didn't show you Tim Pool or the Fox News first because I wanted to prove the point. I wanted to show you what the left is doing so that when you say, well, it's just Republicans. No, it's not. It's manipulation. It is enslavement. It's rewriting history for a political advantage. You are becoming a mental slave if you look at The Guardian and go, well, that must be the true story, even though there's video evidence showing you that that's wrong. It's crazy, folks. I mean, it is just absolutely crazy. We saw this in New York City to an extent as well, because in New York City, as we can tell, this is coming from CBS News. CBS News. ICE raid on New York's Canal Street picked up street vendors, some with criminal histories. They were getting criminals who had multiple offenses. Now think about that. Every single one of the illegal aliens that have killed American women, every single one had other criminal charges. Every single one. Besides being an illegal alien, they had multiple charges from their country and in the United States as well. And the revolving door of social justice says, oh, but let them out. But they're poor, so let them go. Oh, they're from a small country, so let them go. This is virtue signaling. And so CBS is upset. The left in New York, the Democrats, and the progressives are upset because ICE did their job. They enforced the law. And in enforcing the law, they picked up multiple criminals on multiple charges, not just illegal immigration. And they're upset. How dare you enforce the law in New York City? How dare you deport immigrants that were never supposed to be here, who have been preying on American citizens, endangering American citizens' lives, destroying the livelihood of American citizens. How dare you enforce the law against those people? That's what the left is saying. That's what CBS is telling you as you go through this entire story. I think I highlighted a section in here. I thought I did. And I want you to also see CBS lied. Now, for U.S. citizens, according to a Congressman Goldman, 4 U.S. citizens were held at 26 Federal Plaza overnight. That's called being detained. He says they were released nearly 24 hours later, only after his office began asking questions. You can be detained in the United States for up to 72 hours. That is a fact. That is a legal fact. You can be detained and never be arrested. You can be detained and released without charges. That is the law. That is a law of the United States. That's everywhere in the United States. They can detain you. So 4 citizens were detained. They did. If you read the entire article, these 4 individuals were part of a massive mob who were trying to interfere with ICE agents doing their job and threatening violence against those ICE agents. And 4 individuals got arrested. They could have been charged with obstructing justice. They could have been charged with threatening to harm an individual. That's coercion, as well as menacing. In New York State, that would be menacing in the 2nd degree. They got charged. They could have been charged. But because New York City has a DA like Alvin Bragg, because New York is bluer than blue and progressive, they were released without charges. They should have been charged. They should be in jail right now, but they're not. But here's the thing. And he goes on to say, and I quote, they were released today without any charges. There was no basis. There was a basis. There was a reason why they were arrested, because they were interfering with the lawful duties of law enforcement, individuals who were lawfully carrying out their job, their law. They were deporting illegal aliens who did not deserve to be in America and who had multiple crimes. Okay. He goes on to say, ICE is not allowed to arrest American citizens. They didn't get arrested. We just saw in the paragraph before, Goldman himself said and knew they didn't get arrested. They were detained. This whole article is completely a lie. Notice they bury this. They bury the truth, the most important fact of the story, the part that refutes everything above it. They buried it at the bottom of the article. They didn't expect you to read that far. They never thought you would read the whole article. Because Goldman, Congressman Goldman, he lied. He literally tells you that they were detained and they were released without charges, and then he says they were arrested. That's a lie. That's a virtue signal. He felt like they were arrested. He felt like there was no reason for it. That has nothing to do with the truth. That has nothing to do with facts. The article says ICE raid on New York City Canal Street picked up street vendors with criminal histories. Where is it? I think it's in the first sentence here. No. 9 immigrants from Africa suspected of being illegally taken. Illegally taken. This is CBS telling you that enforcing the law is a crime. To enforce the law is a crime, according to CBS News. That's not the truth. That's not the law. That's their feeling. That is an editorial. That isn't evidence. They are misleading the public. 9 immigrants from Africa suspected of being in the country illegally were taken into custody by ICE. They were from Senegal, Guinea, Mali, Mauritania. Some have criminal histories that include varieties of charges like robbery, burglary, domestic violence, assaulting law enforcement, and more. Burglary, domestic violence against women, burglary against men and women, robbery against men and women. These are crimes harming American citizens, people in New York and around other countries. These are hardened criminals, and they were released. They were released. That's what CBS and many of the left would want. They want them released. They want them rewarded. They want them to continue. These 9 individuals, they want them to continue to rob, to steal, to beat women, to attack law enforcement and police. They want more chaos. Because then you will say, why is crime so high? What can we do about this high crime? Do something. And they will do something. They'll take away your rights. You will become a slave. They'll say, we'll protect you, but you got to give us, your rights, your freedoms. You got to become dependent on the government. You don't get to have a firearm. You don't get to protect yourself. You don't get to protect your family or your property. No. Government will take care of all of that because you don't have the right to do it anymore. You gave up that right because they lied to you, because they virtue signaled. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Now, I want you to see another angle on this. Now, I just showed you this, and I want you to see another news station. Now, this is ABC News. You just saw CBS, and you just saw Goldman lie. He lied. Oh, they were arrested, but they were just detained, and they were released without any charges. Then they weren't arrested. They factually could not be arrested. ABC News. 4 U.S. citizens arrested They weren't arrested. During ICE crackdown on New York City's Canal Street, Congressman says he is lying to you. They should never have that as part of the story or the headline. Or if they're going to include what Congressman Goldman said, they would have to factually say he is wrong. They were not arrested. They were detained without charges. They could have been arrested for interfering with law enforcement. They could have been arrested for threatening law enforcement. They could have been arrested for intimidation and coercion and menacing in the second degree, according to New York state law. That's what they could have said, and that's what they should have said. Instead, they are lying to you. 4 citizens were arrested and held for nearly 24 hours without federal charges following a joint Immigration and Customs Enforcement crackdown in New York City's Chinatown neighborhood on Tuesday, according to Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman, who termed the action lawless terror. That was not lawless, nor was it terror. Oh, I'm sure some Democrats are terrified to see someone enforce the law because they have been trained to think the law doesn't apply to progressives and Democrats. But that's not the truth. And Goldman is lying to his constituents. They were released within 24 hours without charges. We just saw that from CBS News. So if you want to say, but Mike, you're just being a Republican, you're just a conservative, you're a Trumper, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Yeah, you're biased. CBS is left-leaning. ABC is left-leaning. Dan Goldman is a Democrat. I'm showing you his words as quoted by these left-leaning agencies that share his feeling. They share his virtue signal. He is lying to your face. And they reported it. They showed you the evidence of his lie and did not call him out for lying. Dan Goldman, you need to apologize to your constituents. You need to apologize to the American people. You are a horrible congressman. You are playing partisan games. You are putting your party and your feelings above the law and the people of New York and this nation. Dan Goldman should never be reelected because if he's not smart enough to understand what someone being detained is, which is lawful, if he doesn't understand that illegal aliens can be deported, if he doesn't understand the basic laws, why is he in Congress? How can he actually vote on whether a new law should or should not exist if he doesn't understand what existing law says? If he doesn't understand the consequences of existing law? He is incapable of doing his job. He is unqualified. Now, I've said that about Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice. I've said that about Kamala Harris. Dan Goldman is not a black woman. It's not about the color of skin. It's not about the gender. I don't know what his sexual preference is, and I don't care because that's also meaningless. Dan Goldman is unqualified as a congressman because he doesn't understand what laws are and how they get enforced. He doesn't understand the difference between detainment and arrest. He doesn't understand the execution of the law as it is written. He understands his feelings about it, and his feelings were hurt. No one cares. Representative Dan Goldman, if no one's told you before, no one cares what your feelings are. Oh, but you're a congressman. I don't care. That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it different. You have a feeling. So what? You're an American citizen. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't impress me. I've met far too many members of Congress. I've talked to too many candidates going for the presidency. You're not impressing me. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not obedient to your authority. I don't have that bias. So saying, oh, I'm a congressman, you can't say that to me. Yes, I can. Why? You serve the public. I'm the public. You serve me. Not the other way around, Dan Goldman. We don't serve you. We don't serve your feelings. We have a society because we have laws, and those laws need to be enforced as they are written. If you don't like the way the law is written, you are a member of Congress, Dan Goldman. Put a better law in place. Let's enforce that one. Write a better law, present that law to the American people, and if we agree with you, Dan Goldman, we will enact that law, and then we can enforce that law. But until we do all of that, until Dan Goldman does his job, enforce the law that exists. And his feelings, even as a congressman, are meaningless. I don't care. Because you weren't elected to have a feeling. You were elected to serve the people. And lying to the public, lying to your constituents, is not serving the public. It is, in fact, a crime. Someone share this with Dan Goldman. Somebody send this to Dan Goldman. I'd love to hear his response. Please, Representative Dan Goldman, I am personally giving someone can clip this. Someone clip this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. Representative Dan Goldman, I am Michael Voss. I have been a political commentator for 20 years. I have interviewed members of Congress, New York State Legislature, New York governors, candidates, and many, many other politicians and dignitaries for those 20 years. I give you the opportunity, Mr. Goldman, to appear on this program live, so there is no edit, no way to take you out of context. And I would like you, Dan Goldman, on my program to show me, to explain to me how you did not just lie to your constituents. Explain to me how enforcing the law is a crime. Explain to me how your feelings about these criminals is superior to the law of this land that you have sworn an oath to obey, to enforce. Please, I will give you 12 hours, Dan Goldman, if that is necessary to make your case. But I will hold you accountable, and that means I will ask you follow-up questions. I will ask you to be clear. You cannot dodge. You cannot evade the questions. You must answer them clearly. Will you take that up, Representative Dan Goldman? Let's have the discussion. If you think you are that right, if you think you are that righteous, if you think you understand the law that much, then you should have no problem coming onto this program. Should take you 15 minutes or less. It should be relatively easy to explain. I doubt that Representative Dan Goldman will do that. Instead, he will say, if he says anything, Representative Dan Goldman will say, well, he's a Republican. As if that's an answer to what I've just said. As if that's appropriate. He'll say, well, he just doesn't understand. 20 years of doing political commentary. I've run for elected office, including Congress. I am familiar every week on many, many of these laws and the interactions, international policy. Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I understand what I'm talking about. I've been doing this for a long time. Yes, Dan Goldman, I am your equal, as are many American citizens. Oh, you're a congressman. That means nothing. That's a title. It's temporary. That's not a career. You weren't hired because you're the most intelligent person in the universe. Like most members of Congress, you are hired because you had a really, really good ad. And you had the name Democrat behind you. What was it that Nancy Pelosi said about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the representative for the New York 14th District? A glass of water with a D behind it would win a Democrat primary. A glass of water could win an election in New York City and New York State just because it's a Democrat. Don't tell me, Dan, that you're a congressman. That's meaningless. That doesn't mean that you understand anything. It doesn't mean that you're good at your job. And apparently, you're not. I'll be happy to talk to Dan. And I am being genuine. I will give you 12 hours to explain this. Live. Anytime, any day. I have no problem doing it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong if you can. Inflation ticked up 3% in September, by the way. And I know a lot of people are very upset about that right now. The news media is trying to make it sound like, oh my God, the economy's falling apart. Remember, we talked about it at the very beginning of the show. Eggs prices are going up because of the avian bird flu, H5N1. And that is inflationary. There's less eggs, therefore the price goes up. That's inflationary. So yes, we would expect some inflation impact from that. Yes, there is some inflation from the tariffs. We expected that we were told that back in March. That's not a surprise. We know that the size of the government has shrunk, not nearly enough, but the government has been shrinking. That means some people are being unemployed, and that means that we will see some pressure, and that does mean that there's going to be some inflation. It's 3%. 3%. Normally, inflation's about 2%. We have 1% extra inflation. It's a little bit elevated. This isn't 22% inflation like under the Biden administration. It's not 17% inflation like most of the Biden administration's time. It's 3%. Not a big deal. But if you listen to the left, it means that the sky is falling. America is not just in a recession, we're about to be in a depression. It's ridiculous. That's not what the indicators say. Again, in terms of the egg prices, by the way, for anyone who said, Mike, you just don't understand about the egg prices, here's the chart of the egg prices. This is the Biden era. Yes, egg prices did jump and came right back down. Now, this is Trading Economies. This is the site is called Trading Economies. I'm not going to tell you that this is perfectly correct. I don't know this site and its data as well, but they are citing economic data that appears to be correct. And they're saying their source is the USDA. That this chart is from the USDA. These egg prices, this is in dollars per dozen. So yeah, they're saying, yeah, it ran up in February. In February, when we were dealing with the last of the avian flu, when the last batch of chickens and ducks and turkeys had died, and they have been dying throughout the entire winter. We saw from November until February, winter, when the H5N1 avian flu is at its peak. Yeah, that was 2 weeks into the Trump administration. 2 weeks because if you just look at the chart, oh my God, under Donald Trump, we had $8. No, that was 2 weeks in. The prices were going up and up and up under Biden. Trump came in, and then the prices crashed. They came right down. In March, the prices dropped. And right now, as of October 20th, according to the USDA, this chart, we're looking at a dozen eggs at $1.50, depending on where you live in the country. It might be a little bit higher, like in New York or LA or in Chicago or Boston. Middle of America, probably closer to $1.50 a dozen. That's with 3% inflation. Now, if we look at the chart, the last time under the Biden administration that we saw this level is right about here. That would put us in November of 2023. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm not just making this up for you guys. I'm not lying to you. I'm not trying to hide anything. And I'm going to end it. I'm going to end the show with this last news piece. I mean, I have more, but I want to end right here. It's now being reported that Donald Trump calls for the prosecution of Biden-era justice officials. That means Jack Smith. That means Merrick Garland. Why? Why? Because we now know not only did the Biden administration lie to us about the mental acuity of Joe Biden, not only did they lie to us about the Hunter Biden laptop and what it means, the ramifications of that, the foreign influence on Joe Biden and the Biden family. That's what we saw in the laptop. They waited 2.5 years before they told us that was true. They lied to the American people. No, not only that, but we now know not only was the Biden administration spying on the Obama and Biden administrations were spying on Donald Trump, but we now know, according to Ted Cruz, a member of the Senate, as he details, he is the 9th senator, all of them Republicans, every single senator, 9 senators, and 1 member of the House of Representatives, also a Republican, were targeted by the Biden administration, by Jack Smith, by Merrick Garland. Why? So that they could spy on them. Now, the other 8 members of the Senate that were being spied on first, we learned about them about 3 weeks ago. How did we know that? Because Verizon told us. We finally found out. Verizon finally revealed that they turned over the phone records of members of the Senate, which is illegal. But we presume that there was a FISA warrant. I'm giving credit to Merrick Garland. I'm giving credit to the Biden administration that they got a secret FISA warrant to get their financial information. But it sounds like Merrick Garland just asked for it, not officially, not with any warrant. He just asked for it, and Verizon just gave it to him. And the reason we didn't know about Ted Cruz is AT&T didn't give it. He was targeted. AT&T said, go to court. Let's go to court. You want his private information? You have to show us the crime that he committed, and you have to have a warrant. Verizon said, just take it. You asked for it, we'll just give it to you. AT&T said, that's a senator. You need a crime and you need a warrant. We'll go to court. That's why we didn't find out immediately, and why we didn't find out along with the others that it wasn't just 8 members of the Senate and 1 member of Congress. It was 9. And there may be others. Again, that's Verizon and AT&T. What about T-Mobile? What if one of the Republican members of Congress, what if they have T-Mobile or some other service? How many? And they were spying on them to try and find something. They didn't have charges. They didn't have a justifiable reason. Again, the left had a feeling. They felt like these were bad people. They felt like Ted Cruz is a bad guy. So they decided to take action as if he was a bad guy to try and get his phone records to find something to prove their feeling. They didn't have an end goal. They didn't have a crime they were trying to prove. This wasn't an investigation saying, you're guilty. We believe you're guilty of something, like Letitia James. Letitia James, she signed mortgage documents. If you're investigating that, we start with, here's what looks like a crime. You apparently had mortgage fraud. And I think Letitia James did commit mortgage fraud. And we have seen publicly those public documents. She signed it. That was criminal. That's fraud. And so investigation into her based on that crime of fraud, that makes sense. I know the left doesn't like it, and they say, well, it's because, Trump doesn't like her and Trump is mad at her. It's revenge. Did she commit a crime? It looks like she committed a crime. So she should be charged so we can have the investigation so that we can move forward. And she will either be confirmed as innocent or she will be guilty and she goes to jail. That's how the process works. Feelings are not part of that process, especially the left who say, she can't be guilty. She's a black woman and a Democrat and she's AG. That doesn't mean she can't be guilty. Bob Menendez was Hispanic and he was a member of Congress and he had gold bars. It was the third time that he had been investigated for being bribed. You can be guilty. The Louisiana Democrat who had $90,000 in his freezer, he was black. Oh, but he's a member of Congress. He can't be guilty. $90,000 in his freezer. Yes, he can. Virtue signaling is killing us as a nation, as a society. It is destroying us. Indoctrination from these supposedly higher schools of higher education are killing us. They're destroying our society. They're destroying each and every one of us. And the media is so hyper partisan and so filled with propaganda that they're wasting our time as they try to find the next political target. The whole thing about the White House is being destroyed as a part of the East Wing is being remodeled for the benefit of the American people. And it's destruction until they can find some other news story where they can say Orange Man bad. That's all that is. That's all that is. All right, folks. So we've been here for a while. I hope you found it to be interesting and enlightening. I hope so. Or at least entertaining. Maybe it helps you go to sleep listening to my voice. Whatever the reason, I thank you for spending some time on your Sunday. You could have been watching a football game. You could have been out with your friends or playing a video game. I appreciate that you gave me 5 minutes or 5 hours of your time, no matter which one it was or in between. Whether you were listening consistently or back and forth, I appreciate that you spent any time with me at all. I thank you for spending time with me on these issues that I think are important, that are shaping the future of our country and our lives. If you can, if you've spent 5 minutes or 5 hours with me, please not only hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe. It matters so much to me. It makes such a big difference. And I would appreciate it so much if you would just hit that subscribe button. It costs you nothing. If you want, you can join my Patreon and you can spend $1.50 a month, $1.50 per month. And that makes a big difference in my life, believe it or not. That the more that you guys spend $1.50, it confirms that I'm doing the right thing. It makes it easier for me to get to certain events and to cover things like going out and going to Brooklyn and seeing Curtis Sliwa after the debate and to see what he actually said and to provide you, the public, with his full statement. Because ABC showed you 30 seconds. CBS showed you, 45 seconds? They didn't, and I know for a fact, because I was there, I was watching it. When Curtis Sliwa, after he got done speaking to his supporters in Brooklyn at the Knights of Columbus, when he stepped out of that room, he looked dead in the eyes of ABC News and CBS and asked them, do you have any questions? He stopped and he specifically was asking the news media that he was willing to take their questions, to follow up on anything that he said, which I have on video, the entire thing that he said. And he was willing. I wasn't taping at that point because I didn't know that he was going to say that. And the news media said, nope, we got everything we need. 30 seconds. That's what they went for. They went for a soundbite. And then they came up with their own answers on what he said and how he was received. They could have shown you the whole thing. 22 minutes. They could have asked follow-up questions. They had the candidate right in front of them. The candidate was asking them to ask him questions so he could follow up. If Mandami did it, they would have asked him questions. If Cuomo did it, they would have asked him questions. But Curtis Sliwa was a Republican. They ignored him. So being able to cover events like that, to see what is happening with our news media, to provide you exclusive content that the news media will not show you, to expose the bias and the propaganda and the way that our society is being molded, how they're turning you into an emotional slave dependent on government, traveling down the subway back and forth, it's $1.50 a month. That's it. And if you want, you could go over to my PayPal and you can donate whatever you want one time. It's your choice. It's America. You're free. You can do what Oprah and what Mark Cuban and Bill Gates and Joy Behar, Whoopi Goldberg, what they won't do. Participate. Support the things that they believe in. You can do that. Or not. And that's okay. Because all I'm really asking is hit the subscribe button. That's it. Yes, John, thank you for being part of the audience. I know you've been here for pretty much the entire 5 hours. I thank you for that. I thank you, Dow, for taking some time to spend with me today. I want you to have a good night as well. Hey, we all got this. We're staying on top of it. And the more that we stay on top of these politicians like Dan Goldman, the better we can make our country. Let's have these discussions. Let's have these debates. Let's make our country as great as it can be, because that doesn't hurt anyone. That helps everyone. Folks, I thank you for spending time with me tonight. Oh, wait a minute. I got one more comment. Dow says, will Sliwa make at least a good showing? I believe, and I don't have evidence of this, but I believe that Sliwa could take second place. I think he'll beat Cuomo. I think he'll take second place. I think Mandami will not have the landslide that the media has been predicting. Because again, they're trying to convince people not to show up to vote. The fewer people that vote, the better that Mandami will do. But I think that Curtis Sliwa has, and especially after people finally got to find out that he was in the race, after months upon months, half the year, the news media has completely ignored him. They have completely ignored all the events he's going to. And by the way, I got to point out, Sliwa has consistently been running across New York City, and he has been supporting conservatives and Republicans across the city in their districts. He's shown up at their events over and over and over again. I know this. I've seen it in person. I've talked to candidates across all 5 boroughs telling me, yeah, and Sliwa showed up. He said he was going to show to my event, a little event, a big event. He's been to big events, small events. He has shown up. I have even seen him show up to an event in the Bronx. He knew he was going to be late. He told everyone there, because I have video of this. He showed up and said, I'm going to be 2 hours late. The event was over. He said, tell anyone who wants to stay. If people will stay, I will show up. That's what Curtis Sliwa said. He told, and that was passed on to everyone in the audience. Slee was going to be 2 hours late. He's coming from events in Staten Island and in Brooklyn, but he's coming to the Bronx. And he's being delayed because of traffic, which it's New York City. That happens. Fine. He's going to be delayed. He's going to be here. And if you stay, he will show up. I stayed. I was the only one in the news media that was covering the event in the first place, and I stayed. 2 hours later, in walked Curtis Sliwa. That's the 25-minute interview I have that you can look up on my channel for yourself. Me sitting down across the table from Curtis Sliwa, asking him several questions about, I think we had about 25 minutes of just Curtis Sliwa answering my questions one-on-one. Because he said, if you have people there, I will show up. And there were a handful, about 5 people. But he showed up for 5 people. So I think that's going to get him votes. I think the more people hear about that, the better it will be. Let's see. Alabama Barbie says, y'all have a great day. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Alabama Barbie, for taking time to be with me. And, of course, for your help. I know you cook and help feed people in your community. So thank you for taking the time to help people who have a need, that need to be fed. Thank you for that. Dow says, with 60% of foreign-born New York cities denizens leaning towards Mondami, it seems like his win is secure. It is secure. It is. But free stuff. Mondami's offering all the free stuff, and free stuff gets votes. The problem is it's not free. And what it costs isn't just monetary. Again, he's stealing a bit of our soul, our national soul. Hal says, I just got here and missed everything. Can you start the show over? I love you, Hal. I really do. By the way, folks, the intro to the show, that musical song, that was Hal Stewart. This is Hal. So I want to thank you, Hal, again for that, as well as also John Lashcombe for the super chat of $10. I want to thank you for that as well. I appreciate you both intensely. And yes, Hal, that was a good joke. I love it. Just got here, can start over. I love it. I love it. Folks, I love you all. I thank you again. And I want you to have a great night. Monday is Monday, but you know what? We will all get through it together. Talk to you soon.